Oh yeah. Okay. How's everybody doing? Can I get a hell yeah? So today there's a big piece of news. Oh, Matt. Stop it, Matt.
This place is quite remote.
Oh gosh, it just turned on. Hold on. Heck yes. Hey Shiny, how are you? I just want us to today we're going to start the live with some horrible news from Nepal, and I want to walk you through exactly what's going on. You may have heard of it. You may have heard of what's happening there, and you may have seen some videos, but I do want to walk you through what's going on there, and that's how we're going to start this live. It's a horrific situation, everybody. So if you are not up for this, just note that I'm going to be going through some information. It's deadly. The death toll here is very underestimated at the moment, and we're just gonna go through it bit by bit. Okay. Okay, let's get into it. So I want to show you some video footage before we come to this, but this is what happened. Look at the people down here. Look at the people down here. This is some CCTV footage. Like, it's so huge. It's so big. It's unreal how massive this thing is. Like, look at this. The power of this thing is unreal. These people had no chance.
Oh my god यार ओए सबै दावे ओइ Woi, woi, यता भागो ओइ, ओइ मान्छे कता यार? Oh my God यार. अलि माथि माथि. Oh my God यार. Kotro आवे.
And don't mistake this for like some dam breaking or anything. This is climate change. This is floods from the mountains. This is these people contributed fucking, nothing to climate change.
ओइ त्यो बुढो मान्छे यार. खोला कत्रो आएर ओइ. त्यो बुढो मान्छे भ्याएन यार. आमा 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 ओइ. Oh my God यार. Wait, कत्रो आयो ओइ.
Look at the size of this thing, man. Fuck. Holy shit. Oh my gosh.
भेट्यो यार. Wait.
Oh my goodness. Nah, it's not a dam collapse. It's melting ice in the mountains as well. Like it's climate change. It's yeah. I mean, the dam system was already highly questionable, in these areas. So yeah, floodwaters will fuck up even their dam system. They've been trying to get a better dam system for a long time, and US NGOs have been lobbying. I'll go through that as well. US NGOs have been lobbying to stop that from happening for a number of years. So
Oh my God यार.
oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at where the water was. Look at where the water was. This was the river. This is when it started. Look at where it's at. Look at where it's at. Oh my goodness, dude. Like, look at this. Look at where the land is. It's over here. Okay? I'll just leave my finger there. Oh my. It's gone. There's nothing left. There's nothing left.
के हो यो? यो त कलियुग आयो त यो. के भयो यार यस्तो यार?
These guys were so high, like at least it felt like it. But look how close the water seems now. That's how far it's risen. Get the fuck out, bro! Get out!
के आयो त यो? आउन खोज्या त यो यार विनाशकारी हो त यो ओ माय गॉड
But these things around the world are ticking time bombs, right? These glaciers are ticking time bombs. They're all like in this sort of in this mode. Like this one to me is just insane.
那人怎么可能？哎呀，
composite character, yeah. It's
人
all
傻
of these
呀
things are ticking time bombs, you know. None of these people had a chance. They, even if they
他
reacted
没写那
early,
种。
none of these people had a chance. Unfortunately, none of them had a chance. So many people dead. It's not hundreds, man. It's thousands. This is a insane disaster. And look at this. Like, these people have no chance. Look at this. How do you run away from this?
人傻。
Yeah, this one again. I was like looking at this wall. I was looking at this wall and going, okay, so it must have come from this way. It comes over that wall. Like none of these people stood a chance. Look at this. Oh my goodness. How? Oh.
That's the way.
ओए और फेरि गाडीमा आज कट
Oi,
ओए
shit.
ओ शिट म्यान
Oi, दाजु.
ओए फेरिमा माझ बस्ती पिङ यार अझ गाडीमा उल्टो खसिसन
हाँसेको यार. Oi, दाजु जु. तर आशा मदा हो बे.
सापा सापा गाडी सापा
गाडी गाडी.
गाडी आशा पेम्बा तोर्लो जा
Oh shit.
होजु बच्चुल बच्चु हुलुङ दालुङ बा होजु सापा होजु तार गाडी सापा ओ
다쳐 봐. 왜 이제 팀 샵라? 방해나 왜? 헛. 왜? 와우.
नम्बर का दे
Oh.
shit
Oh my
Wait, nah,
goodness.
Queenie,
Look at that building there.
ओ शिट होज गाडी साप दे मुझे है
उस गाडी यार जु.
यार जी उस गाडी
थाले मोड्यार छि उस गाडी वे.
भेटो यार थट उतार गाडी साप दे रन्डिङ सिर मुख पेदान त सेट हेर्दा हेर्दा एउटा गाडी पनि लगेको अवस्था
아. 좀 못 봤을 때면 토브랑 되면 토브리 말해. 필수리. 아니.
आसिगो
아.
What? Wow, 50? What happened? Oh, Shanna. Hi, Shanna. Oh, we saw that one. Look at this. Look. This is... Shanna. Yeah, yeah. Sorry, man. I didn't see. How are you, Shanna? Like, this is Mother Nature, right? This is all those disasters coming to fruition. Look at this. These people have zero chance of survival, man. So horrific. so fucking horrific.
In the moments before, they flee, but it is already too late. The force of a gargantuan flash flood hitting Tibet's Jurong port, a major crossing between China and Nepal. Hundreds of people are currently missing along the border, among them foreign travellers and locals too. More than 30 are thought to be UK citizens. This 10 kilometres away, satellite imagery which shows how the torrent of rocks and mud engulfed the landscape.
Oh my gosh!
Around the Bote Koshi River in the early hours of this morning and swept into Nepal's Rasua region, as well as damage to roads and bridges. Entire villages have been washed away. Tens of thousands of people live in these mountainous areas and told to seek higher ground if they were able to in time.
I saw around 9 trucks being swept away by the floods, including people. It's heartbreaking. I've been teaching here for 18 years, and I've never seen anything like this before.
There have been successful rescues too. This person covered head to toe in mud, but helped from their home into an ambulance by air with many roads impassable. More than 100 people have been rescued so far.
I got a call from my brother-in-law this morning, and they were crying and said their entire house had been swept away. 3 family members were rescued, but his brother is still missing.
Because it's a border region, many police, customs, immigration and military personnel are missing too. You can see how the sheer force of the waters broke apart bridges. Nepal's government said that hydroelectric projects were among the infrastructure damaged by the floods, wiping out a large percentage of much of the country's power. In such a sensitive region as Tibet, it can be a challenge to get accuracy quickly or an idea of scale. But China's President Xi Jinping has said it's assisting with an all-out search, as well as measures to prevent secondary disasters, such as early warning systems. Scientists now think that part of a glacier may have sheared off. A deadly flash flood on the same river last year was eventually traced to the draining of a glacier lake.
Due to such increase in air temperature, lots of ice are melting very fast, and due to that we are having such phenomenon. Not only this year, last year's phenomenon is also to some extent we can connect with increase in air temperature. Suddenly increase, more meltwater was there and release suddenly.
This is a popular region for international tourists and trekkers. But even those who thought they were high up and out the way of danger were submerged. The number of casualties certain to rise.
Well, earlier I spoke to Angshering Lama Agantir, who's a mountain guide and photographer in Nepal, and I asked him to describe what he had seen today.
We saw the river come up, started slowly, started swelling up, and then suddenly it brought all the debris down the river, you know. Dead buffaloes, cows, animals, all the houses, the bridge paths, you know, everything, you name it. Some of the guys, people I know, they're out of contact at the moment.
And what is that area like? I mean, are there a lot of houses and villages close to the riverbank?
Oh, there is many, like along the way. That's a border crossing from China to Nepal. That's totally gone. And we've seen some footages being posted from what you call that CCTV cameras. It's like crazy, you know, like big explosion come up and wash out the whole immigration offices and people and all the stuff, you know. I hear many villages along the way are also washed out. Like Tisuli, the bazaar, the small town of Nuwapur.
At the moment, the number of people missing is still in the hundreds. Do you fear it's going to be much worse than that?
I would say it's in thousands. I wouldn't say it's in 100. Almost 400 tourists, just tourists crossing the border. They are out of contact. they go to Tibet to see Mount Kailash, so on the tours. So that's the way. And that's entry and exit port of entry for tourists, many tourists. So they are out of contact. So and the locals, many locals as well, like their villages as well. So many have gone. So we don't know the exact number.
And do you think you can get to the affected area, or are you going to turn back?
There is no roads at the moment, so yeah, it'll be hard.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time.
Oh man. Yeah, the people who have contributed the least amount to climate change are paying the biggest price at the moment. I honestly, like, what we're seeing right now, guys, is just a microcosm of what's coming. This is nothing. This is nothing. This is what we're seeing now is baseline. We're seeing baseline stuff now.
You are welcome.
Well, David Fisher is head of delegation for the International Red Cross in Nepal. I spoke to him in the last hour and asked for the latest on the situation there.
Around 9:15 this morning, a massive flash flood came over the border between China and Nepal with waves at height of between 8 and 10 meters along a very narrow valley, and then followed that river basin all the way down to the southern part of Nepal. It had massive impacts in Rasua district and also in neighboring Novokot district, with about 10,000 households currently estimated to have lost their homes. It has knocked out roads, it has knocked out bridges. There are some areas that are still not accessible to us, about which we're very, very worried. But the Nepal Red Cross, with support from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, has been working with the Nepal Army and the police in rescue and immediate relief for affected people.
When you talk about thousands of households, are you fearful that that means the people in them too?
We don't have official figures yet for the death toll, but we're very, very worried that it will be mounting in the days to come. You may have seen some of the images. This wave came without warning, very high, very strong. I myself visited this area along the border just a few months ago, and it is extremely narrow. There's simply nowhere to run.
What is the latest on the casualties? I mean, how are they being dealt with?
Well, there are many people who are without homes tonight. And so the Nepal Red Cross has been working on emergency shelter. We've sent up our first shipment of emergency supplies. So these are mattresses and tarpaulins so that people can set up where they need to, if they have to, outside. Body bags, unfortunately, for those bodies that have been recovered, but also first aid kits, hygiene kits, this kind of thing.
Now, we're getting some reports as well from the Chinese side. Do you know how bad the damage is in Tibet?
We have gotten very little information about that, only from official sources that say that so far it's low numbers. We're informed that this was probably a glacial lake outburst flood. Unfortunately, both on the China side and Nepal, there are many of these very, very high elevation lakes. And sometimes it takes just a small trigger to send these huge waves of flooding down.
Just think about how quickly these things happen, right? Like Colombia, Venezuela, tens of thousands of people just gone in seconds. In seconds. And then this. Like, this is how climate change is. It's going to just chip away. Before you know it, millions, if not billions of lives are just vanquished. And it's not just going to be in these areas. Europe is going to be impacted everywhere around the world. And we're just starting, folks. We are just starting.
And that's what seems to have been what happened this time.
Now, hundreds of foreigners have been reported missing. Can you give us any sense of, are these people who are feared lost, dead, or are they people who just can't be contacted at the moment because communication lines are down?
The death toll is already over like 200 people. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's going to go up so fucking fast, man. This is a fucking graveyard. Oh my gosh. Fuck. This is mass death event.
Our hope is just for communications. Many of the foreigners we expect would have been on the trek on the very top of a mountain in Gosai Kunda Park, which should not have been directly affected.
You know what the crazy thing is? I'm seeing Palestinian accounts posting about it. If there ever was a moment to understand humanity, like, this is it, right? You know, and man, we've lost so much as fucking human beings. We've just lost our humanity completely. What the fuck is going on, man?
Affected by the flood. If they were in the lower areas in their hotels, it might have been different.
We're killing the best of us. We're killing the best of us.
But we hope very much that they were already climbing up that mountain. Many of the visitors were there for a religious holiday that is coming up, for religious rituals that are commonly done in Gosai Kunda. But of course, there were tourists from all over the world. Unfortunately, the communications are very poor, and so we do not know for sure.
David Fisher, thank you very much.
I really appreciate it.
This place is quite remote. It will take some time to ascertain the kind of damage, kind of lives that have been lost in this region. The Nepal government has declared this flood-hit area as a disaster zone for the next 3 months. We've seen some pictures of homes being swept away. A number of villages have been affected. So far, the military has said they've rescued close to 100 people. They've been taken to various hospitals. 15 military choppers have been put into use. They've called for also private helicopters, because those are the main means of transport and rescue operations to come and help in the mission. This happened this early in the morning, around 8:30, and it came from the Tibetan part of China. The avalanche, this sort of huge gushes of water that came down the heights of the mountains there and gushing through this many areas of Nepal. Now we have heard of a number of people who have been missing. These are preliminary details which the tourism board had asked about 10 tourist agencies to give them, of foreign nationals and also those Nepalese citizens who help tourists in Nepal, and they have come up with a number of people who they say they're working to verify their whereabouts of tourists and foreign nationals and also for their safety situation and status, those who were traveling in this region. So they have heard back from some of them. There's been a large number of Indian tourists, Indian pilgrims who make this journey up to Kailash Mansarovar, this mountain place in Tibet, in China, and there have been some contacts with some Indians, but at the moment they've put that number to about 105 Indians who they have not managed to contact. Doesn't mean that they have been they've been are lost or have been affected by this, but they just can't get in.
Yeah, it's social media, guys. Social media is our only way to find this shit out. Like, even these two, this was 8 hours ago, and the other one was like a few hours ago. There's news channels reporting this. Like, it's they'll do a one and done type thing, you know.
In touch with with some of the pilgrims and tourists who are still trying to find out their whereabouts. But yes, it will take some time to find out the sort of devastation this cloudburst that has happened in Nepal. And it is not for the first time it's happened. It happened last year also. There was a huge cloudburst. Many people had died in that. But we are in the middle of the monsoon season, and this has been a recurring issue in Nepal and in India.
Yeah, it's this is it. Like it's gonna get worse from here. So this is kind of a bit of an explanation of how climate change impacts these things. So glaciers melt and they overwhelm rivers and they overwhelm dams. There's no chance. There's no chance. So like this is kind of where there is a direct and scientifically confirmed relationship between global warming, glacier melting, and the catastrophes that occur frequently on the border between Nepal and China. Different studies have revealed that in these areas, temperatures are rising at a rate far exceeding the global average. Accelerated melting weakens physical structures of mountains as the icy mass is lost, which acts as a glue holding the slopes together. Groundwater accumulates or overflows into glacial lakes, making massive rockfalls and ice slides. Here I have far more videos on this. So let's.
No way.
धेरै नै ठुलो आएको छ अचानक विपत्ति आयो
रोडमा पुगेर माथि यार वा छिटो भाग है त्यो बाउन्ड नभएको त बुझी
Get the fuck high ground, man. High ground. Run. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my gosh, no! Oh, there's a person there. Oh my gosh. There's no infrastructure for this. There is absolutely no. Oh no, man. Oh no, man. Get the fuck out. Don't get in the car. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
बारीले केही पनि लागि राखेन है कन्डिसन अनि यस्तो छ यहाँको ढुङ्गेको कृषि कार्यालय जसलाई चाहिँ साङ्गो बजार भनिन्छ अनि यो कृषि विकास ब्याङ्क थियो यो पनि केही पनि लागि रहेन यो चाहिँ के अरे सशस्त्रको जेल थियो सबै गयो अझै खोला बढ्दैछ अरे भन्ने ओ माय गॉड ओ बुई लामा Kola, guys, Kola.
Bro, fucking run.
Oh my God, Mario. Mario, bhag, get out, bhag.
This is like... Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Oh my gosh! Terrifying. Absolutely fucking terrifying. Oh man. Gone. So much lost. So much gone. It's a mass grave. Oh, dude. Look how far up the thing, up the mountain this thing got. Hey, Michael, welcome. Stop fucking filming! Lady. Oh shit. Coming, lady. The water's come up that high. Keep going, bro. Keep fucking running.
अवस्था हेर्नुहोस्
Oh my gosh, that's where the dude was. That's where the dude was. He's just run up like 2 levels.
पानी नजिक आइसकेको छ ओ दाइ बिस्तारै दाइ बिस्तारै आउनु माथि बिस्तारै आउनु
Get the fuck out of there. Get out of there.
हेर्नुस् त खाल ल माथि
Look at these people here. Look at these fucking people here. Get the fuck... Oh my gosh, the water is as high as their building. They're trapped. They're trapped.
हेर्नुस् त्रिशुलीको पाहाड हाँस्छ एउटा केही छैन पाहाड हाँस पनि सबै सक्यो
No! Oh dear. Oh dear. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. That person's gone. That person's gone. No.
Karen chapla Karen chapla
How incredibly stupid we are to think that we can control this.
छोड़ दे
There's a dude in the fucking thing. There's a dude in the fucking thing. There's a dude in the fucking thing.
गाड़ी भी हो रही गाड़ी क्या करोगे वो कहाँ गया दूसरा तुम ही थे
At the gateway between Nepal and Tibet, the port workers were running because they had already seen what we're about to. An enormous wall of water, its force almost unimaginable, about to engulf this valley. As it made its way downstream, it dissolved crossings between Nepal and its neighbour. Bridges built by man.
Panama is the latest Central American country after Honduras and El Salvador to declare an emergency due to El Nino. It comes amid a severe drought ravaging harvests and sparking fears of famine.
Man, destroyed with terrifying ease by nature. We have not sped this video up. Each wave crashes over the next with a violence and strength that can consume cars. The only way to guarantee safety was to be on high ground. In the heights of the Himalayas, this area of the border is used by tourists and traffic passing between China and Nepal. The nearby Langtang National Park is popular with hikers, and there are several hydropower projects in the region, trying to harness the energy of the water here. But this has been a brutal reminder of its uncontrollable force.
I saw around 9 trucks being swept away by the floods, including people. It's a heartbreaking incident. I've been teaching here for 18 years and I've never seen anything like this here before.
My brother-in-law had a liquor store here. I got a call from him this morning and they were crying and said their entire house had been swept away. 3 family members were rescued, but his brother is still missing.
As the water receded, it revealed the resilience of those that call these mountains home. Survivors found in their homes were pulled from the danger of the cloying mud that has been left behind. Because of the remoteness of the region, some rescues are only possible by air.
It was unbelievable. People believe that flood will come and they think they should be safe. But the level, what can you say? The flood's level was so high and unbelievable this morning.
It's so high up, this area is known as the rooftop of the world, where monsoon season brings heavy rain. Older members of families here will remember floods from years gone by, but the force with which this landslide and torrent of water washed away all in its path is different. And for the young, this is new. They must now live with the devastation that's been left in its wake. Ellie Pitt, News at 10.
It is hard to get your mind around the enormity of what the pictures in Ellie's report showed. So could it be that, like other natural disasters this summer, global warming was a factor? As promised, Martin is here to explain what we do know. Martin.
Yeah, well, Tom, let's start by reminding ourselves of the geography. Here you've got the autonomous Tibetan region of China, you've got Nepal here and India down there. There's Mount Everest. Now, the area which was worst affected is just near the border. At 8:37 a.m. Nepal time, seismic monitors recorded shocks equivalent to a 4.4 magnitude earthquake. But it wasn't an earthquake. It was the vibrations from a huge avalanche, the collapse of a steep glacier a kilometre above the towns below, which is thought to have briefly blocked a river, causing the water to back up. Then the rock wall collapsed, releasing this deadly surge of mud and meltwater. Now, this satellite image is before. The grey area circled here is the glacier. Now compare it to after. The clouds are obscuring the glacier, but what you can see is this brown scar here. That's what's been left after that snow, ice and water swept its way down the valley. And look what happened to river levels. They were at 7 metres. Then shortly after the avalanche, they rose by more than 5 metres. That's 15 feet. And if that's the graph, well, this is the reality. The peak of the wave appears, doesn't it, to be even higher. For many, there would have been no chance of escape. Now, glaciers and glacial lakes becoming unstable is nothing new. We filmed this one 17 years ago. The scientists that James interviewed then told me today that climate change is increasing the risks faster than even he forecast back then.
It is highly likely that the trigger for this event was a massive avalanche from destabilized permafrost. Think of a stick of butter that you take out of your refrigerator and put on the counter. What happens to the butter? It's gotten softer because of the change in temperature.
And it's that instability which is believed caused these scenes. And of course, the impact doesn't recognise country borders. Such is the quantity of water. Areas like the Uttar Pradesh and Bihar province, 100 kilometres downstream in India, were also put on high alert for flooding.
Well, joining us now is Matthew Hanning from the charity International Nepal Fellowship. Matthew, what is the situation on the ground at the moment?
Hi, Caroline. Well, this is a particularly bad set of flash floods that's happened in Nepal towards the border with China. The number of people that have died has been very high compared to other monsoon floods, and the scale of buildings, land destroyed, very high as well. One of the main bridges connecting a district to the main highway has been completely destroyed, so it's disconnected a whole district from the rest of the country. Some hydro power stations are also down, so that affects communication. So still understanding the scale of the disaster and the impact is still something that we and our partners are working on.
Obviously, as you talked about, it's very challenging conditions, very challenging for rescue operations. They're talking about massive amounts of silt. I mean, how are the rescue operations going? How challenging is it?
I believe that it's very challenging, especially given the remoteness of the area. Often in Nepal, of course, there are very steep valleys with limited access roads in and out. And during the monsoon season in general, there's many landslides. Roads are generally much harder to get through. And this often affects a lot of people downstream as well, flooding fields, sometimes destroying bridges, hydropower stations, other infrastructures. So, but we haven't seen floods on this scale for quite some time in Nepal.
This area, obviously, we've seen by the amount of people that are missing, is a big draw for tourists. What could be the long-term impact?
Hey, fuck the tourists! What are we talking about tourists for?
For Nepal?
Well, in Nepal, there are regularly floods and earthquakes. Of course, we had the very big one in 2015. There was another one also in 2023. And often it's not just the immediate impact of actually who's been caught up in the floods itself, but actually thinking about reconstruction and response, which often takes a long time. The work of INF and its partners is mainly focused on people with disabilities and really those very, very hard to reach communities. Often people with disabilities and others are left behind even in the response.
Shiny! I feel like this is good, right? They're talking about people with disabilities. It's like the people who were trying to escape had, could get away. People with disabilities. Well, it's tough, man.
Let alone, the impact of the flood, maybe not be able to hear warnings that are coming or to get to higher ground and so on.
How long do you think rescue operations are going to go on for?
I think it's early days to assess that, specifically, again, depending on the actual situation on the ground and how possible it is to get the response there, if lots of roads have been completely destroyed and so on. So I imagine that the focus for at least the first few weeks will be actually on that immediate response and then the support to people in need, especially regarding, food, shelter, hygiene kits, all that kind of thing to actually meet people's immediate needs.
It's Matthew Hanning.
was the most astonishing and shocking sight.
I've got a few more videos to show you guys. To me, this is the kind of video, this one here, we've watched this, but this is the video for me that, you know, is so surreal. It's so surreal, man. Just to see the scale of this, it's like it feels so surreal. These people had no chance. Look at the strength of this thing, man. Climb, bro. Oh no. Oh no. Stop running with the fucking river. Run the other.
नंबर का दे Oh shit. Wait, nah, कोई मी यार. Oh shit. उस गाड़ी शायद दे मुझे है. उस गाड़ी यार जी उस गाड़ी. थाले मोड़ यार जी उस गाड़ी वे. बेटो यार था.
Fucking terrifying, guys. Absolutely terrifying. Holy shit. This is a crazy view, by the way. Like this one here was insane. This view here is like they're trying to drive away. Oh my goodness. Bro, get the fuck out. Get out. Oh, there's kids, bro. There's kids.
हेलो गाइस, ये देखिए कैलाशपुरी बैराज में नेपाल से हाथी बहते हुए आ रहे हैं और इसको रेस्क्यू टीम निकालने के लिए कोशिश कर रही है। वो हालांकि नेपाल से बहते हुए आ रही हैं कैलाशपुरी बैराज में। वो आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है कि देखिए कैसे कैसे हाथी को निकाला जा रहा है। और एक नहीं 4 या 5 हाथी हैं, समथिंग 4 या 5 हाथी हैं और इनको 5 हैं और इनको निकालने की पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है और इनको बैराज से सुरक्षित निकाल लिया गया है, जो कि ये नेपाल से बहते हुए और कैलाशपुरी तक। हेलो गाइस, ये देखिए कैलाशपुरी बैराज में नेपाल से
People gone. Fuck.
फोन कर दूंगे
फोन गर्नु भयो अनिललाई फोन हान्न फोन मेरो ब्यालेन्स सिट्यो भने पैसा छैन सिट्यो ल अहिले अहिले खोलो तुरन्तै माथि उठ्ले यार ल हेर त कति मान्छे ल यार कति मान्छे मर्यो होला है कति कति अब जम्मा मान्छे घरमा चुप्लाएर बस्यो अनि बेलादी जम्मै डुबिसक्यो यहाँ अनि ओइ अनिललाई फोन गर्न आइज हैन फोन गरे हैन फोन मा पुडैन हेर त ल अनिल कहाँ तँ कहाँ काठिन्छ भाग भन्छ छिटो तँ भाग छिटो भाग मारेर बुदा मारेर टोकदै बढी जा बेलादी बजार केही छैन छिटो भाग
Oh, she's holding a fucking baby.
केसीहरु कटै कटेन
Oh,
Really? Fucking music. This was
हेलो गाइस, ये देखिए कैलाशपुरी बैराज में नेपाल से हाथी बहते हुए आ रहे हैं और इसको रेस्क्यू टीम निकालने के लिए कोशिश कर रही है। वो हालांकि नेपाल से बहते हुए आ रही हैं कैलाशपुरी बैराज में। वो आप लोग को दिखाया जा रहा है कि देखिए कैसे कैसे हाथी को निकाला जा रहा है। और एक नहीं 4 या 5 हाथी हैं, समथिंग 4 या 5 हाथी हैं और इनको 5 हैं और इनको निकालने की पूरी कोशिश की जा रही है और इनको बैराज से सुरक्षित निकाल लिया गया है, क्योंकि ये नेपाल से बहते हुए और कैलाशपुरी तक। हेलो गाइस, ये देखिए कैलाशपुरी बैराज में उडाउँछ होला भइदियो ताजा लाहा भन्नु लाग्यो लुगा ला भने होला ताजा लाहा भन्नु के
थियो यहाँ अब अहिले केही पनि छैन हेर्नुस् है हामी यहाँ उद्धारका लागि हामी आइसकेका छौँ तैपनि केही पनि कुनै पनि मान्छे पनि हुनुहुन्न फर्किन्छ सर यहाँ भित्र केही पनि छैन सर बस भित्र हेरौँ सर के झोलामा त मान्छे छैन सर यता यस्तो छ अब चाहिँ बजार हो हामी यहाँ सकेसम्म आफ्नो गर्दैछौँ हो यो गाइजहरू साथीहरू दुःखद खबर पेत्रावती रसुवा जिल्ला किनभने मेन मुख्य तलको सुरुको बजार हो अहिले केही पनि छैन यहाँ हजुर देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ हुन्छ सर पेत्रावतीको मेन बजार जुन चाइना हुँदै काठमाडौँ जाने बाटो बजार थियो यहाँ अब अहिले केही पनि छैन हेर्नुहोस् है हामी यहाँ उद्धारका लागि हामी
Not yet, Wolf Glen, not yet. But I'm sure there'll be places. Oh my fucking god, just go, bro. What the fuck? Just fucking...
A wall of water racing down valleys and tearing up buildings in Nepal as if they were made of matchsticks. A flash flood of immense and raw power that caused colossal damage and in which numerous people have died.
I saw around 9 trucks being swept away by the floods, including people. It's a heartbreaking incident. I've been teaching here for 18 years and I've never seen anything like this here before.
Nepal and China have declared states of emergency as they grapple with the aftermath of this sudden, devastating tragedy. Martin will be here to explain what we know and whether climate change played a role. Also on News at 10 tonight. Meta pays £12.5 billion to settle a court case brought by 29 US states for algorithms that were addictive to children. So what next for the tech giants? The women of North Devon who are having to travel 2 hours to give birth. Harry and Meghan are back, so what next for them?
Oh, bro, Harry and fucking Meghan. Oh my gosh, the world we fucking live in. Harry and Meghan? Fuck you.
Nepalese tourism officials say more than 30 Australians are among the hundreds missing after deadly flash flooding on the border with Tibet, with Australian officials making urgent inquiries. At least 150 people have been killed after enormous flash flooding and mudslides swept through the area, destroying roads and burying buildings.
Rescue efforts are being hampered by dangerous conditions, which you can see there on your screen. It is too difficult for helicopters to land at the moment. Our correspondent Alison Horn is following developments for us in China. G'day, Alison. What do we know about this so far?
Yeah, horrific scenes coming out
volume on this one is a bit loud. Sorry.
Of both Tibet and Nepal. This scenario struck on the Himalayan border region, starting with a landslide that fell into the Tibetan region, wiping out a border and port area there. It then triggered a mass flash flood that went downstream, a torrent of water into Nepal, hitting villages in the area, including a very popular tourist spot. So far, we've got reports that hundreds and hundreds of people are missing, including, according to Nepalese tourism officials, 34 Australians. They say hundreds of those missing are presumed to be foreign nationals in the area, including those dozens of Australians, 100 from India, 54 from the US, 33 from the UK. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in Australia has confirmed that they are aware a number of Australians were in that area, and they say Australian officials are urgently working to confirm their welfare, that they're liaising with local authorities as well as tour operators to get more information. Now, this is still an unfolding scenario. At least 150 people have been killed so far, but we expect those numbers to rise significantly, because just getting access into those areas is incredibly difficult at the moment. All roads have been cut off, so you can't get there via land, and helicopters on both the Tibetan and the Nepalese side say it's still too unsafe to land. So although it is still incredibly early in the morning here, and we expect to get more information as dawn breaks, it seems that any rescue effort will be incredibly difficult at this stage.
Yeah, just really traumatic pictures. Alison, thank you for the update.
Well, for more on this, let's bring in political reporter Evelyn Manfield in Parliament House. Evelyn, what are authorities here saying about this?
Well, as Alison was just flagging, we've just heard back from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade here in Australia, saying that they're working with officials over in Nepal to find out more information. I think we've got a statement that we can share with you on the screen that they're aware a number of Australians are in the area, and Australian officials are urgently working to confirm their welfare. We are liaising with local authorities as well as tour operators, because we understand that's where some of those initial figures are coming from. The Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, has also just posted on social media. She says, "Our thoughts are with the loved ones of those killed or missing and all affected by the disaster. DFAT officials are working urgently to confirm the welfare of Australians in the area."
Okay. I guess I'll keep track of it. Just another fucking disaster, man. I just think that clip that from that movie where they're talking to that climate scientist, and he's like, "Oh, yeah, we could have done something like 40 years ago." I just feel like we're at that stage, guys. I feel like we're at that stage where things are just gonna be too hard to change. We've given way too much control over. We've given way too much control over to a small amount of people. And, man. It's so fucked. I'm actually speechless. I'm actually speechless. just people getting wiped off the map. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, I'll keep track of it, guys. I'll keep track of it. And I'll keep bringing you updates as they come. I'll do another update on that. In the afternoon live. I'll do another update on it. But
for years, if not decades, people have been predicting a sovereign debt.
We'll definitely keep a track of it. Okay, so there is this story. Actually,
thousands of fires.
Actually, I'm gonna keep continuing on this climate arc. I'll come back to Merca.
Soil.
And I just want to play a couple more stories of what's happening around the world, climate-wise.
Thousands of fires continue to burn across parts of Indonesia. I'm in West Kalimantan, and that's the area where the largest area has been burned. Now, of the tens of thousands of hectares that have already been burned, more than 38,000 hectares are here in West Kalimantan. You can see the crews here working to extinguish these fires that were burning very close to residents' homes. Most of the hotspots are in West Kalimantan and South Sumatra as well. Fires are also burning in parts of Papua. There are tens of thousands of personnel working to extinguish the fires.
Of course,
and President Prabowo Subianto has set the aim of ensuring that all of these forest fires are out within the next 2 weeks. Now, authorities have also scaled up their water bombing efforts and also their weather modification techniques, trying to induce rain. But there are some challenges, including water shortages in some areas.
Our challenge during the dry season is water. In this area, peat depths vary from 2 meters to 7 meters. A single hotspot can require firefighting for days because of the lack of water, and peatland requires a very large amount of water to extinguish the fires. The texture of peat consists of roots mixed with soil, so it's very difficult to extinguish once it catches fire.
In terms of the residents in this area, what they've been telling us is that they're struggling with this persistent haze. Many people here have severe coughs. There have been millions of cases of respiratory infections, including among young children. Thousands of schools across West Kalimantan are adopting distance learning because it's unsafe for children to be in their classrooms because of this strong haze. The haze is in fact so strong that it has spread to neighboring countries, including Malaysia. As we look out, there's this white filter across all of the areas that we've seen because the smoke is so strong and because there are so many fires burning across the country. Jessica Washington, Al Jazeera, West Kalimantan.
Oh, no, man. Oh, no. I've just I've just seen a small baby being taken out of the mud, man. I can't show it. Out of the mud. Like just amongst the debris of like wood and stuff. This just like a little baby that they're pulling out. It's dead. The baby's dead. Well, we have to witness. We have to witness, just as we did in Gaza and just as we're doing in Gaza and other places. We have to witness. This is what it's about. This is what it's about. It's about ensuring we understand people's pain. Oh dear. Don't look away, that's all.
Cracked and dry from a lack of water. The level in this reservoir is exceptionally low. In Honduras, 80% of the country is under an alert for drought, a situation that's exacerbated by the El Niño weather phenomenon. Residents of the capital have been forced to stockpile water, and a well is being dug in this historic neighborhood.
The situation is really worrying, and we know that in this case, the problem stems from a lack of rainfall.
A rainfall deficit is one of the consequences of El Niño. The weather phenomenon occurs every 2 to 7 years. It's caused by a change in the intensity and direction of winds in the Pacific. Usually, warm waters are pushed westward by the trade winds towards Asia. During El Niño episodes, these winds weaken, causing heat to be released into the atmosphere and changing weather patterns around Central and South America. In El Salvador, this lagoon has completely dried up. The government has issued a maximum drought alert, as has Panama, which has also declared a state of emergency. It's affecting shipping traffic in the Panama Canal. The number of crossings has been reduced, measures that are usually taken much later in the season.
This is a different El Niño event, characterized by an unusually early onset, and it could last much longer than previous phenomena. Consequently, the measures needed to get through Panama's dry season must be taken much earlier.
According to climate scientists, this year's El Niño is expected to be the most intense ever recorded.
It's monsoon season again, but worse, as flash floods send Nepal reeling. The death toll is quickly mounting as hundreds of people are still unaccounted for. In this CCTV footage, the very seconds before the mudslide engulfs the Nepal-China border crossing shows people running for their lives and then being swept away. And this drone angle shows the extremities of the aftermath. Helicopters were sent to the rescue after villages were swept away. It's hard to imagine there are any survivors, but emergency workers continue to search for them, while many are desperately looking to track down loved ones.
My brother-in-law had a store here. I got a call from him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this report. Okay, guys. I'll keep track of it. I'll keep reposting on X. If you want to keep up with all of that, just go to X. I'll keep reposting new videos. Yeah, it's insane. Oh my gosh, what is this? 2 Frankfurt airport workers have died after contracting malaria from a mosquito believed to have hitched a ride on an incoming flight, according to the city's health authority. Oh my fucking god. Oh my gosh. Look at this racist asshole. Import the third world, become the third world. What a fucking dick. I'm telling you, Germans, Europeans, you're going to be crossing into the border with Africa very soon. Okay. First on MS Now, troops fighting against Iran say they are being asked to violate international law. Okay, guys, we've just watched something highly traumatic. I know. I watched something that has just completely fucked me. Can we can we just take like a 5-minute? Can we just take like a 5-minute break? I'll just let's do 5 minutes, okay? Let's do 5 minutes. Let me just put something on 1 second. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Okay. Let's talk about a few other stories that are happening at the moment. Oh my gosh, okay. The government of Nepal believes that the death toll from the flood could exceed 10,000 people. Okay, man. I'll keep you guys posted, okay, on anything that happens. I'll keep you all posted. So we'll have probably in between watching all of this, we'll talk about that too.
More and more American service members want out of the military, saying what they have seen in the last few months has challenged their moral beliefs. MS Now spoke to 5 such troops as part of new reporting out this morning. One was concerned the military blew up Iranian bridges that were not military targets. Another thinks the Pentagon is not doing enough to prevent civilian deaths. A man who runs a hotline to help service members be discharged, as contentious objectors say they have seen applications increase by 6 times their normal rate.
We talked to people who, were true believers, who joined out of a deep sense of duty and of service, and have gone through this profound, deep moral exploration of what they are capable of doing and what they have seen over their lifetime, but also the past several years, and in particular, the actions with Southern Spirit and Epic Fury have caused them to completely change in their.
By the way, if you're looking at social media, what you would have potentially found is a lot of shit about Dolly Parton. Dolly Parton, okay, donated a shitload of money to Israel. Now, I know she's your hero, or some of your heroes. I know, because she did nice stuff in the borders of America. But if you do nice shit in the borders of America, and then you sponsor an apartheid and a genocide state, I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want anything to fucking do with you. Okay? So always question your heroes. Always question your heroes.
Beliefs and what they're able to be part of.
MS Now is not identifying any of the troops because they are still waiting on a final decision on their application. The Defense Department did not respond to our request for comment. Priya Sridhar, Pentagon reporter for MS Now, is one of the reporters on this very important story. She joins us now. Priya, America has seen plenty of wars, even in the last 30 years. What is different now?
Well, Steph, I think it's the wars that the United States has decided to start over the last year, which is what makes this time period much different. I spoke to a service member who was deployed in support of Operation Epic Fury, which, of course, is the war on Iran. And this service member told me that they believe they were being ordered to target and blow up civilian infrastructure, which, of course, is a violation of international humanitarian law as defined by the Geneva Accords. And when the service member brought up those concerns several times with their chain of command. They were told that those bridges and other pieces of civilian infrastructure were dual use, which means they were being used for both civilian purposes but also military purposes, which, if true, would technically make them legal. I also spoke to 2 service members who were deployed in support of Operation Southern Spear, which, of course, is the military campaign that President Trump started last September, which led to 60 strikes on small vessels that were allegedly carrying narco-terrorists and drugs into the United States that led to the killing of 210 different people. The administration, of course, categorized those drug cartels as designated terrorist organizations, but the 2 service members I spoke to said that they're not convinced that the intelligence or the justification there was given that the people who were on these small boats were in fact narco-terrorists, and they believe that perhaps they were blowing up innocent civilians, which is similar to what we've heard from the president of Colombia, who
Dolly Parton, dead at 80, spent decades supporting U.S. troops and victims. She was a huge pro-military person. I also want to show you guys some stuff re her and Israel.
I would encourage every single member.
I'll
who said that he believes that there were innocent fishermen who were killed in many of these strikes that you're seeing right now. So it's being asked to.
Okay, so this is a message. Shaim Japet Melspin. Dolly Parton blessed Israel. As we remember, Dolly Parton, one beautiful part of her legacy is that she tangibly supported Israel. In 2018, Dolly contributed to the Concert to Bless Israel initiative, which raised more than $80,000 to bless Israelis, including Holocaust survivors, soldiers, children, and humanitarian projects. Dolly was never known as a loud political activist. Her support was expressed through generosity and action. I will bless those who bless you. Thank you, Dolly, for remembering Israel. May her memory be a blessing. Great. Dolly, 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 eh? Never, ever. Just remember that to always, especially now, go back to your heroes. Go back to the people you put on a pedestal. And just have another go. Just have another go right now. This is a good time. This is a good time to recalibrate your whole life. Recalibrate your life, everybody.
Violate international law. Steph, they also pointed to the surge in civilian deaths. Many of them talked about that Manab school bombing in Iran, where 150 schoolgirls and teachers were killed, which, of course, the United States has never taken responsibility for. There's an investigation right now, but we haven't seen the findings there.
Recalibrate. Write a book. Question your heroes, man. I honestly, I would just. I would literally, it would just be one page. You know, did they speak up against genocide of the Palestinians? One page.
And then last thing, Steph, I want to point out is very similar to what we've been hearing from the service members and their families on the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is that they don't feel as though there's any sort of justification or explanation to any of these wars that we're waging around the world. They say that they don't really feel as though there's like an existential threat to the United States of America, or that they're, participating in these wars for the purposes of national defense. And I think that that is fundamentally what's leading them to file these conscientious objector applications.
Priya, this is super important reporting, and I'm so glad you're bringing it to us. Thank you so much.
Member of this committee to talk to lieutenants. I would encourage every single member of this committee to talk to lieutenants and captains and majors and colonels and sergeants and staff sergeants and sergeants major and specialists who are doing the job right now on the front lines or across the country, and they have seen a sea change in the environment and the morale and the spirit in their formations.
Hey again, everybody. It is 5 o'clock in New York, 2 o'clock in Los Angeles. I'm Jacob Soboroff in for Nicole Wallace. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth can tout his leadership all he wants. But according to new reporting from MS Now, the sea change those actually inside the ranks of the military are experiencing is not a positive one. This is a quote. Nearly 6 months into the United States war with Iran and a year into the Pentagon's decision to launch deadly strikes to kill alleged drug traffickers, the number of service members seeking a formal discharge from the military as conscientious objectors has skyrocketed, according to two groups that helped them file their applications. MS Now spoke to 5 troops who want out of the military because what they saw in recent months challenged their moral beliefs. The reasons they cited included being ordered to violate international law, seeing the civilian death toll as a result of American military interventions surge, and their concerns over extended deployments with no clear mission or strategy. The Defense Department did not reply to requests for comment, but those accounts add to the picture of what the New York Times reports as an army that has been left, quote, essentially rudderless, thanks to Pete Hegseth. From that Times report, it says this. The Army has not had a chief of staff, the service's top officer, since Mr. Hegseth fired General Randy George without explanation in April. And there are no signs that he is close to filling the position, said current and former officials speaking anonymously. Mr. Hegseth has forced out at least 3 senior officers who had been viewed as potential successors to General George. The turmoil comes as the Army, the military's largest service, faces its busiest period since the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. Army air defense soldiers are playing the leading role in defending U.S. troops in the Middle East from increasingly sophisticated Iranian missile attacks. The Army's command in Europe is providing critical intelligence and other support to Ukraine as it fights to hold off a larger Russian force. And that is where we begin this hour with MS Now Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar, who broke the story on those service members raising the flag that they are being asked to violate international law. Also with us, military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. He served as the commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe. And Paul Rykoff is here as well. He is the host of the Independent Americans podcast and the founder and CEO of Independent Veterans of America. Priya, this reporting is amazing. Tell us about the 5 service members that you spoke with and why they want out of the military.
Yeah, Jacob, this was so interesting, especially because Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth continuously tries to boast about his record number of recruits joining the military. Well, it looks like we're seeing a record number of service members trying to get out of the military as conscientious objectors. And as you mentioned, I spoke to 5 of them. One of the service members who was deployed to Operation Epic Fury, which of course is the war on Iran, told me that they believe that they were being ordered to target and bomb civilian infrastructure, which is of course a violation of international humanitarian law according to the Geneva Accords. And when this service member tried to raise those concerns with their chain of command, they were repeatedly told that these were dual-use pieces of infrastructure like bridges, which means they were used for both civilian purposes and military purposes. I also, by the way, Jacob, spoke to 2 service members who were deployed in support of Operation Southern Spear, which, as you remember, were those 60 boat strikes that occurred over the last year that killed about 210 people. Those boats were allegedly carrying narco-terrorists and drugs into the United States. And those 2 service members told me that they also believe that there wasn't enough justification or intelligence that the people on those boats were in fact narco-terrorists, and they were very concerned that they were potentially killing innocent civilians and perhaps fishermen. So the violation of international law, the surging of civilian death tolls, including that girls' school in Minab, Iran, where we know that 150 schoolgirls were killed, and just this overall feeling, as you mentioned, Jacob, which you and I have talked a lot about this, like those service members on the USS Abraham Lincoln who were seeing their deployments extended, no clear end goal in sight, no strategy. They echo those sentiments as well.
So what do we think? Is this going to create some sort of change? Or are we just sitting here again, what is this? Can someone help me? Can someone help me understand what's going to happen here? This seems quite massive to me. But a lot of things seem massive at the moment.
General Hertling, I wanted to. This conversation makes me think of a conversation that I actually had with a friend of mine who's a Navy veteran and said that.
I need the streamer to explain. It feels big, doesn't it? Like your military's saying that they're asking soldiers to violate international law. It seems pretty big. It seems pretty fucking shocking. No change. They will just force the military to be the only way to earn a living. Man. Streamer, I forgot how to read. Can you do my spelling quiz? Oh my God.
I want to be a good boy.
I want to be a good boy. Wait.
So there we are.
Thank you, friends.
That this person served in Operation Enduring Freedom, and this person and their colleagues believed in the mission that they were sent to carry out. And I think it's pretty simple. Those folks in the military want to feel like they're fighting for a reason, and it's a reason that they believe in it.
Those folks in the military want to be able to, murder brown and black children based on some value system. So they're not getting that at the moment. So they're just having to murder black and brown children for nothing.
And they do not want to be told to break international law. Is that an oversimplification of what we're hearing in reporting there?
No, Jacob, not at all. That is spot on. And what I'll tell you is, reading Priya's piece and also the piece in the New York Times, there is so much under the wave tops on both of those articles, those great reportings by both of the people that did them. I'll do an anecdotal piece of evidence. During my 38 years serving in uniform, I had 2 individuals who submitted conscientious objector packets. They are very difficult to work through. These individuals have to talk to chaplains and lawyers and commanders and their chain of command. They have to provide proof in terms of letters. It is a difficult process to go through. So when you're talking about the uptick, as Priya reported, from 50 a year to 140 just since since the latest operation started, both in South America and also in Iran, it is gobsmacking to me. The other piece in the New York Times talks about the implications of moral injury, not only on the frontline troops, but even the ones that pull the trigger on long-range weapon systems, Patriot defense systems, the overworking of the air defenders. There is so much in those 2 articles that any military person could break down for you that is truthfully giving a very good state of our American military today. And there are concerns. I have concerns. I've talked to a lot of young officers, some NCOs, and a few senior officers, and they are all expressing the same things. And it goes back to one specific thing: a lack of communication between soldiers and their leaders, sailors and their leaders, the government and the citizens, and the government, the military, and the Congress.
Iran doesn't care about American prestige or sanctions. They have been preparing for this for years. Bush had a plan to destroy Iran. Yeah, of course. Hey, Eleni, how are you? Yeah, I agree. I don't. But that's the great thing about this moment is, fuck American prestige, right? Like, who cares? Iran doesn't give a fuck. I think most of the world is starting to not give a fuck as well. Like, yeah, who cares about American prestige? Who gives a fuck? Like, seriously.
Those are the things that Clausewitz, an 18th century theoretician, said are required whenever you go to war: the support of the people, the leadership of the government, and the passion of the military. We're failing in all 3 of those areas right now in the conflicts we're executing.
And it's no wonder that the reporting that Priya has done over the course of the last several weeks about the mental health crises of the sailors And the airman aboard the Lincoln has become part of the conversation around this. Paul, I want to read another interesting part of Priya's reporting about a person who runs a hotline help service to help members file as conscientious objectors. He said that unlike other times in American history when conscientious objectors were typically junior enlisted service members, many of his...
The idea that West, even leftists, can criticize how Iran treats women as we are literally committing a genocide and have been bombing Iran for decades. Like, shut up and go watch your Marvel movies. No one should take these people seriously. I agree. There's nothing wrong. No, Eleni, that's not true. There's nothing wrong with mentioning that Iran's theocracy is abusive. I mean, theocracy by its nature is abusive. That's not a problem. The thing is, it's you've got to be asymmetric about your criticism. You've got to be symmetric, or you've got to be proportional. Let's say you've got to be proportional with your criticism. If you're going to criticize Iran for its theocracy and not criticize white supremacy for mass murdering indigenous people, across 600 years, and then built a system of oppression that we call capitalism today, which oppresses every country, then your criticism isn't particularly based on proportionality. It's based on, I think it's based on racism. It's racist criticism. If you're going to criticize theocracy in Iran, do it. You have to understand the asymmetries in the world to do it, though. If you're only criticizing the theocracy in Iran and not American imperialism, like proportionally, then you're probably just a raging fucking bigot, Nah, Americans need to stop criticizing any other country on the earth for the next 50 years. Oh my gosh. That's it. America, you just shut the fuck up, America. You've done enough. Rough but fair. My cynical mind is hoping objectors are just not covering their behinds yet. Sanctions on criticism, yeah. Eleni, you should be criticizing. I think if you were criticizing Israel, you've got to understand that Israel is America. Israel is American imperialism. So you got to do it with that understanding. Otherwise, your criticism for Israel is kind of weird. I'm not saying that your criticism. I'm just saying in general, if people don't realize that criticizing Israel means, it's important. It's important to understand the world we live in, so that your criticism doesn't. Exactly, Eleni. I don't think it's a bad thing to criticize theocracy. I don't think it is a bad thing to criticize theocracy wherever it happens. Your criticism, however, has to be proportional, and it has to be, it needs to be with knowledge of how the world works. Otherwise, your criticism just seems like a racist trope, an uneducated racist trope. That's the only thing I will say. I'm not going to say Americans aren't allowed to criticize things. It's just that when Americans criticize things, they don't look at themselves in the mirror. That's the fucking problem. American exceptionalism has clouded America's judgment.
Clients today have been in the military for more than a decade. They represent all enlisted and officer ranks up to major, and many have even attended service academies prior to their commissions. They've cited Operation Epic Fury and the attacks against drug traffickers in the southern sphere and the bombing of the Minab school in Iran in February as reasons for having a profound change in thought toward war. Well, your thoughts?
You know, I challenge maybe one central part of the piece when they say that the military is rudderless. It's actually not rudderless. There is a rudder, and it's the acting Secretary of Culture War, Pete Hegseth, who is driving that rudder through the military at whatever cost is necessary to execute what he and Trump want to execute in changing the military and eventually our entire culture. I've always said that Hegseth is the tip of the spear for the change they want in America and for the world. And you're seeing it.
They will make a movie called The Whites Are Not Okay, and it will be about a family called the Whites. But the story will not be about Western imperialism, but the story will be about Western imperialism. That sentence, if you could finish that, Eleni. Thank you. We look in the mirror, give ourselves a thumbs up and a wink, and say, "Looking good, slugger." Brilliant.
At the military, and our troops have a conscience, they have character, they have ethics, and if you are black,
what? American troops have a conscience and they have ethics? Excuse me? When did that happen?
Or a woman, or you don't like being on ships.
I remember Aaron Bushnell. I wish he was still here. I wish he hadn't done what he'd done. I wish he was part of the struggle.
For 9 months, or you're against illegal wars, or you're against blowing people up for no reason. There's a lot of reasons to be uncomfortable and unhappy with this military and this leadership, but it starts at the top. And it starts
blowing people up for no reason. It should just be stop fucking blowing people up, you know? It's like for no reason is wild.
It's with Hegseth, who has a total disregard for some of the most basic foundations of our military, to include the constant melding of our politics and our military. He's out stumping in Iowa for partisan political candidates while, you know, our troops are suffering on the USS Lincoln. So this is a strategy. It's not accidental. And I think Hegseth is on strategy. And imagine how much further he would be if he wasn't screwing up all the time. I mean, he's on plan.
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing exactly what Trump hired him to do, and what many of us warned he might do if he was confirmed.
Just feed your country's children basic stuff. Stop bombing kids, basic shit. Yeah, exactly. This is a story I want to cover as part of Merca, and it is more reporting,
For years, if not
more reporting about a debt crisis as the long-term bonds keep rising. The yields on the long-term bonds keep rising. So this was interesting.
For years, if not decades, people have been predicting a sovereign debt crisis in the US. That, much to their disappointment, and despite an ever-growing debt burden, just hasn't materialized. However, last week something happened that really did seem to bring the US a step closer to the brink, with the yield on long-dated bonds hitting multi-decade highs, and other so-called safe havens like gold, Bitcoin, and the Swiss franc jumping against the dollar. So in this video, we're going to explain why the markets are suddenly extra nervy about America's fiscal predicament, and what might happen next. You probably heard that the US dollar is the world's reserve currency, but what does that mean? Is it still the case? And what does it mean if it's not the case? We've got a multi-page answer in the next issue of our magazine. That's just one of the articles in our longest issue ever. Subscribe to get your copy by clicking the link in the description. So, this story really starts last week, when the yield on a 30-year treasury, which essentially tells you how much annual interest the US government has to offer to borrow money for 30 years, rose to its highest level since 2004. Unsurprisingly, this sparks some panic in the US Treasury, not just because it reflects a growing sense in the markets that the US can't actually pay back its massive debts, but also because long-term yields essentially dictate mortgage rates, and the Trump administration really doesn't want record high mortgage rates going into the midterms, as well as because higher yields make it more expensive to service your debt, i.e. pay off the interest on your outstanding debt pile. This is already a big problem for the US, which currently spends about 3.3% of its GDP on debt servicing, a 40-year high and more than basically any other large economy. Anyway, on Wednesday, US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tried to do something about this, announcing that the Treasury will be doubling buyback operations for bonds dated between 10 and 30 years. In practice, this means that the Treasury is going to buy about $4 billion worth of long-dated bonds between September 9th and November 4th, as opposed to the $2 billion originally planned. The Treasury buying back its own bonds might feel a bit weird, but we should stress that there's nothing wrong with so-called buybacks in principle. Lots of finance ministries do this.
Republicans losing midterms is set in the stars, so the next 2 years of America are going to be extremely boring. Big bad meanie Donald Trump, and people will be frothing at it from the perspective of the uneducated masses. There will be a giddy frothiness, and they will be like, look, our country's actually doing something. It's basically written in the stars. Big bad Trump is out, and the Democrats are in power. America's back, baby. Do you think that's real? Because are you seeing the backlash against people like Hakeem Jeffries and the AIPAC Shakur and the AIPAC crowd at condemning Hassan so much? They're condemning Hassan so much. It's so fucking stupid that they've exposed themselves as the AIPAC stooges that they are. And I actually think the more that these people do this, of like attacking Hassan for the most idiot American, the Democrats keep doing this, like attacking people like Hassan for literally telling people that conflating Zionism and Judaism is anti-Semitic. Like that, they're totally opening themselves up for more and more public scrutiny on where their interests lie. And the fact that that is happening right now in such a big way, I think is a moment of exposure that these people aren't understanding. Like, do these people think that we've forgotten about Palestine or something? Do these fucking people think that we've forgotten about Palestine? It's so insane. So I don't think it's going to be a boring 2 years. I think we're going to see the establishment really struggle because you're coming up to the elections in 2 years, the presidential elections, and in the next 2 years, that narrative could be hugely damaging for establishment Democrats. Within America, I don't think so, Eleni. I don't think so. I think what you're seeing is a sea change happening in real time where people are attacking streamers more than they are genocide. And it's becoming very obvious where interests lie. I don't think this is a boring period. I think this is quite a transformational period.
Sort of thing, usually to provide liquidity to emptier bits of the market. In other words, to make sure that people who own unusual or
don't sleep on
bonds
it, Elaine.
without many
Don't
potential
sleep on it.
buyers can still find someone, in this case the government, to sell to. However, this is obviously quite different because the US Treasury is clearly buying back long-dated bonds not to provide liquidity, but to bring yields down. And well, originally it did seem to work. In the immediate aftermath of Bessent's announcement, yields on 30-year bonds fell to a tad below 5.2%, down from a recent peak of 5.3%. This might not sound like a big move, but it's pretty sharp for the bond markets, which usually move pretty slowly. However, in the days since, most of these gains have been erased, and by the end of the week, the 30-year yield was back up to basically 5.3% again. So what's gone wrong? Well, some of it is that the intervention just wasn't really big enough to make a dent. For context, America's overall debt burden just hit $40 trillion, $4 billion, or rather just an extra $2 billion, is barely a splash in the pan. But there were also two deeper implications to the intervention, which, once they'd been digested, provoked some belated panic in the bond markets. The first is that this all strongly suggests that the Trump administration plans to rely on ad hoc, unorthodox interventions, like last week's, to keep the show on the road, rather than orthodox measures like, say, tax hikes or spending cuts, which would mean a smaller deficit and less borrowing. Recent comments by both Bessent and Trump have essentially confirmed this. On Sunday, for instance, Bessent...
Anything about boring, transformation more like it. There is an expectation within the public, because we are dealing with the stupidest people who have ever lived, that the Democrats, when they get back in, will actually do something, that there will be a real investigation in. Who cares? Like, we know there won't be an investigation into the Epstein files. We know all of that stuff. That's not the point. The point is the establishment is exposing itself. That's the point. Once it becomes obvious that that won't happen, then you will start to see the real character of Americans. Yeah. I think Eleni, the real characteristics of white America, I think is what you mean. I think white America is very, very much the factor that decides what gets spoken about and what doesn't.
Told reporters that the US didn't need fiscal consolidation and could just grow its way out of debt.
The 40 trillion is a big number. It is smaller when we look at the publicly traded amount, because our Social Security funds and other government entities hold a substantial amount. And what we're going to do, we're going to have to grow our way out of this. And
this isn't a bad idea in principle, but isn't wholly convincing when your debt is growing 4 times faster than the economy. For his part, when Trump was asked about this on Friday, he seems to suggest that he could just bomb the bond market into submission.
Yields have come back up since then. Have you talked to him about another type of intervention? Is that something he will be doing?
We have many types of intervention. That's one. The ultimate intervention is our military. And if we have to use that, we will, yeah.
The second, somewhat worrying implication of last week's intervention is that it tentatively suggests that Trump and co. are essentially planning on inflating away the debt. In other words, letting inflation run hot to erode the real value of America's outstanding debt burden, and thus make it easier to pay off. To understand why this is, you need to know a bit about the functional difference between long and short-dated bonds. Put simply, while yields on long-dated bonds, like the 30-year Treasury we've been focused on thus far, reflect perceived creditworthiness, the yields on short-dated bonds are less informative, because they generally just track interest rates. The basic idea here is pretty simple. Interest rates dictate how much money you can make storing cash in totally risk-free savings accounts. So if the government wants anyone to buy their short-term debt, which is generally considered nearly risk-free, because you can be pretty sure the government isn't going to default in, say, the next 3 months, then they have to offer ever so slightly higher rates. Now, the only way for the Treasury to actually fund this buyback on long-dated bonds is by issuing more short-dated ones. After all, the Treasury doesn't really have spare cash sitting about. On the contrary, it's running massive deficits to make ends meet. But the only way this makes sense is if the Treasury feels confident that this additional issuance of short-dated bonds won't cause the yields on short-dated bonds to jump, which would offset any decrease in yields on long-dated debt. And they would only feel confident about that if they also felt confident that interest rates weren't going to rise too much. Because, as we explained a second ago, yields on short-term debt track interest rates. And the only reason they will feel confident that interest rates were not going up is if they felt confident that the Federal Reserve, which is nominally responsible for deciding interest rates, isn't going to raise them. Given that inflation has been running above the Federal Reserve's 2% target ever since Trump took office, which you would usually expect to invite higher interest rates, this implies that they're confident in Trump's ability to pressure the Fed into keeping rates artificially low. The main consequence of this will be higher inflation, which will further erode the real value of the US dollar, which is why other so-called safe havens like gold, Bitcoin, and the Swiss franc jumped against the dollar after the announcement. Now, inflating the way out of debt isn't necessarily a bad idea either. A similar strategy actually worked quite well for the UK after the Second World War, when it had accumulating debt burden representing 200% of GDP. But this worked for the UK because it was able to essentially surprise its creditors, who didn't expect the UK to let inflation run as hot as it did in the post-war period. Without the element of surprise, it's not clear that the US, and Trump specifically, would be able to pull a similar trick. Instead, there's a risk that you get stuck in a vicious cycle, whereby the prospects of artificially low rates, and thus higher inflation, prompts a sell-off in the dollar and dollar assets, stoking further inflation, etc., etc. Now, with a story like this, it takes us a lot of time and research to make sure that we're getting all of the correct and up-to-date information.
Okay, so there's been a lot of people weighing in on, you know, how close the American economy is to shitting itself, or how close the American economy is to, you know, all the buyouts impacting it. But the one thing that I think we should focus on are the moves and actions that are taking place in order to show us what's actually happening. And one of the biggest moves I've seen recently, or a couple of the biggest moves, one is the tariff war with Canada, and the other one is just the uncertainty around Iran over the last couple of days with Donald Trump, you know, going for all-out Iran sanctions, which also are going to impact China if he's not careful. So I think these market data is super important, and I think we'll keep seeing people making these predictions. But it's the market data and the actions. Noisy Immigrant, do you think it would be smart to buy gold or silver? I'm not going to give you advice on what you should buy or not buy. I don't buy any of that stuff. I don't invest in that stuff, so I'm not going to give you advice on this at all. I'm not a finance person. Please don't ask me.
It is American economic warfare everywhere you look, with allies and enemies alike. As the United States and its second biggest trading partner, Canada, they launch a trade war. The Trump administration has also announced unprecedented economic measures to try to end its actual fighting war with Iran. And in a new exclusive interview with Al Jazeera's Tanya Nouri, the president discussed that new economic offensive on Iran just ahead of the 6-month mark since the launch of the war. So let's bring in Tanya now. She joins us here on set. So Tanya, you spoke with the president about this latest economic gambit against Iran after years of his maximum pressure campaign. What did he have to say?
Yes, so I called the president a little after 8 a.m. this morning, and we were able to speak for just a little over 1 minute. And I asked him about this new economic strategy versus a military one that we've seen them do in Iran. There was 50,000 troops, 20 warships, some of the largest carriers. And he said that this new economic strategy is just as effective as the military one. And then I went on to ask him about his timetable and if we're approaching the 6-month mark of the war on Friday. And he said he's in no rush whatsoever, that he is on no timeline, no timetable. He doubled down that the military offensive was successful, that they're winning the war in Iran, and he said that they are...
Guys, I just want to make sure I'm very clear about this. It's not just me that's not a financial advisor. I don't think anyone in chat should be providing financial advice or investment advice to anybody. Please don't do that. We just present information here. Don't tell people to buy shit in chat. I just don't think it's... I don't play in that market. You know, I just don't. Yes, please put opinion only. Thank you.
Struggling with inflation, and so he said he's not in a rush. He really emphasized that point.
Well, that's certainly something that his fellow Republicans may not want to hear because they are facing the consequences of this war. Meanwhile, you've also been diving into the economic warfare to the north with Canada. Where is that headed?
Yes, a different type of economic warfare, but I went to a local market here at the Eastern Market in Washington, D.C., and I was able to speak to one of the shop owners who brings products over from Canada, and so here's what they had to say. For this locally owned business in Washington, D.C., the hope is that the trade war gets resolved before the Canadian inventory runs out.
It's like two brothers fighting, and so I'm very, how can you not be optimistic that that won't turn around?
Existing stock is giving the business some breathing room. But if the tariffs are enacted, Mike Bauer, the owner of Bauer's Fancy Dairy Products, says the cost will eventually be passed on to consumers.
In the initial stages, it's not difficult at all because we have our own inventory, our suppliers have their inventory in place, and so that keeps things rather consistent. But it will, the prices will need to go up at some point in time.
The full effect remains unclear as some businesses adapt to the on-again, off-again trade tensions between the neighboring countries.
I love tariffs. I love the word.
The tariffs are expected to drive up the cost of select goods moving across the border, from dairy and alcohol to clothing and hockey sticks. And President Trump is raising the stakes, writing on Truth Social that on January 1st, 2027, tariffs on all cars, trucks, both large and small, automotive parts, and steel will be increased. According to the Commerce Department, in the first 6 months of this year, the U.S. imported $24.5 billion in Canadian vehicles and auto parts, while Canada imported $30.4 billion from the U.S. Canadian demand is also significant for American automakers.
But what message does that send to the workers in Michigan and Ohio and Kentucky and Alabama who rely on Canadian demand? We're their largest customer for automobiles.
Parts can also cross the border several times throughout the production process before a vehicle is finished. For American manufacturers, finding alternatives means completely reworking a supply chain that has been built across the border and risking one of their biggest customers. Tanya Nori, Al Jazeera, Washington.
And here to discuss the future of this trade between the U.S. and Canada, we have William Reinsch. He was an official at the U.S. Commerce Department, and Mihir Torsekar. He is a senior economist at the Coalition for a Prosperous America. Bill, Mihir, thank you both for joining us. This is a really dramatic time, of course, between two once extremely close neighbors. Bill, I want to start with you. We have seen negotiations, tense negotiations.
Hey, Redlocks, what did you miss? We covered in in a bit of detail what's happening in Nepal before. That's the main thing you missed.
Over the past few weeks that were suddenly ended late at night, each side walked away. Is this an open trade war now?
Looks like it's going that way, although, the history of these things and suggests that ultimately there may be some kind of deal. Both countries have put off their retaliation to the future. The Canadian retaliatory tariffs are set to go into place in a week, September 8th. The further counter retaliation that Trump came up with last Monday is set for January 1. So there's time to talk. It's going to take a while, I think, to bring them back to the table.
Who's Tim Curry? I don't know who Tim Curry is. Who the fuck is he? Sorry. Tim Curry is comedian dude. Yeah, I don't care for Dolly Parton much after I found out she donated to Israel.
Closed with some bitterness. Each side blamed the other for the problem.
Yeah.
And that's not unusual in these cases, but it takes time to get over that hump.
Time to talk to what end? What is Washington trying to achieve?
Well, that's a good question. I think Trump's basic view is that he wants to have more manufacturing in the United States, in particular old manufacturing, steel, aluminum, automobiles, heavy industry, metals. He wants to bring that back to the United States, and he's perfectly prepared to do that at the expense of Canadian manufacturing, which is what Prime Minister Carney was talking about just a minute ago on your screen. I think there are other issues, but that was one of the main ones. I think the other one that caused negotiation to fall apart was two American insistences. One, which Carney alluded to when he said that the U.S. signature is often written in pencil, which was the Trump administration's unreliability.
Right.
That things don't always stick. And they didn't have a high level of confidence that this agreement was going to stick either. So in that situation, it makes you really reluctant to cut a deal.
We have heard some pretty fierce rhetoric here from both sides, both leaders who are right behind you, really saying some very sharp things in a way that it would appear it would be hard to climb down from. So is the question now which side can absorb more pain in a prolonged fight?
Well, it's certainly, first of all, I think once you step aside from the harsh rhetoric that we just talked about, I think you still have to recognize that both countries need each other. We're deeply interdependent, and that interdependence has been, driven by 30 years of integration through the NAFTA and then later USMCA. But I do think, it is going to come down to who has more leverage in this negotiation. Ultimately, I think Canada is playing the card of, there's a little bit of national pride at stake here, because I think they're willing to absorb some of the cost of additional tariffs and abstaining from consuming U.S. goods, largely as a source of national pride. But in the end, I think there's an economic reality that is going to limit how far that can go, because ultimately 72% of Canadian exports come to the United States. The United States has the world's biggest, most robust consumer market. And Canada knows that, and I think that they need that in the end. I think that could possibly be the point that brings them back to the negotiating table once that pain continues to be inflicted.
Well, so I was going to ask that. Do you think the economic pain is going to prevail? Because, Carney coasted to victory and won the prime ministership essentially because he was the guy who was standing up to Trump. So the stuff that he's saying now is really speaking to Canadian pride. It's definitely resonating with the Canadian people. But at some point, the economic pain is going to kick in.
That's right, and again, it's anyone's guess, but I'm willing to bet that after if this becomes a prolonged, protracted battle, it's going to be very difficult. I say that only because, look, we've seen this happen between the U.S. and China, for example, where China was able to pivot away from the United States and find other trading partners. Canada is attempting a similar strategy right now. They're trying to sign free trade agreements with other partners. They're trying to soften their stance on trade with China and things like that. But ultimately, that dependence is still very much interwoven and reflected in the trade data. And ultimately, I do think that is going to create enough pain for.
This Hassan clip just emerged, and it's like, apparently this guy somehow is the center of political universe right now.
That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy. Okay? Now let's talk about car universe 9/11. In cars, that's right.
They're going after this fucking dude, bro. Oh my god. Not the pussy clip. Oh shit. Oh. Oh, it's so cooked. They're going after this guy.
That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy. Okay? Now let's talk about car universe 9/11.
Car universe 9/11? Oh, fuck. Incredible. Incredible. I just want Fox to pick this clip up and just play it. Fox to play it. Oh, look at this disgusting man.
That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 911.
What was that? What was Car Universe and 9/11? What was that? Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Yo, local disruptor, what up? Excellent. Honestly, the best.
Hopefully, I mean, well, possibly for U.S. leverage to win out in that case.
So that's Canada caving. Bill, let me ask you about the potential for America caving, because we have seen some brash, boisterous talk from Trump in the past when it comes to tariffs and countless other subjects, including national security. So how much is he willing to suffer?
Well, that's a really good point. And, you know, I was thinking about this when you were talking about the rhetoric. I don't worry too much about the rhetoric. First of all, one of the...
It's like the Strait of Hormuz plus pussy. Hormussy. Do I need a whiteboard, chat? Do I need a whiteboard? Do we need like a whiteboard to explain things?
Fundamental.
We are easily the stupidest people who ever existed. Has there ever been another people who stared into the face of a completely preventable apocalypse and just kept eating burgers? Let me clarify this, right? The climate change that we see today is as a result of European colonization. European colonization industrialized and basically started burning fossil fuels in the 1800s, right? So we've been pumping extra carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And let me just say this. It's not all Americans. It's not all Americans. It's the Europeans. It's the whiteness that's done this. Whiteness has created this climate catastrophe through the system called capitalism. And it's not all Americans, because Native Americans didn't contribute to this. Native Americans were genocided in order for this to happen. Black people didn't contribute to this. They've become part of the system, but they were enslaved and taken to America. So this is what's happening right now with the climate crisis is because of white supremacy. It's because of white privilege.
Things about trade is there's no rule against hypocrisy.
So don't just say Americans, okay? Like, let's make the distinction, because I think it's an important distinction to make.
And it goes on all the time on the part of all countries. You know, you're being unfair to us, you know, and they'll say exactly the same thing back, that we're being unfair to them. They can get all past that through a negotiation. I think you're right that the leverage situation.
Donald Trump's neck plus pussy equals nussy.
Favors the United States. We're big. They're small. They're trying to diversify. But it is more complicated than that. What we've learned in the Iran case, for example, is that smaller countries have leverage. The Canadians believe they have some. They have some items that where we
get one of those smart boards they had at school with projector and touchscreen. Here's also emissions, right? 75% of emissions all time, man-made emissions, are from the West. And now China is the largest emitter right now, but China emits because of the consumerism of the West. China's operating within the same capitalist system. So, yeah, I mean, let's be real. White supremacy, white privilege has caused the climate crisis.
Rely on potash, which is a key element of fertilizer, hydroelectric power, and a variety of other things. Critical minerals is one that's not fully exploited yet. So they think they have some. It may well be that over time, what you said is exactly right. The cost.
T-minus 120 stream streak. Oh, we've got Michael 105 stream streak. Shanna 50 stream streak. Folks, it's I guess it's summer where you are, but where I am, if you're streaking, you better be ready for it to be cold. I understand you like streaking, but it's going to be winter soon.
Cost will become deeper than the Canadians are feeling right now. They certainly are supporting what Carney has done. I think the polling suggests 75% of the people supported pulling out of the deal. And I think one of the interesting things about this is Trump really miscalculated Canadian politics on this. He's very unpopular in Canada. The United States is unpopular in Canada. The American people, I think, are not. I was there last fall, and they were very nice to me. But there's enormous pressure on Carney not to cave in. And as you said, he campaigned.
Hello. It's nice to see you out in a boot.
On that. So he did exactly what Canadian politics would tell him to do. And that's not unusual for politicians. He paid more attention to his voters than he did to our voters. So if his voters start to change, then yeah, maybe that's what will happen. But it's going to take a good while for that to happen, I think.
Mihir, you have written positively about this deal falling apart. You said that no deal was the better deal. What are the implications of walking away? Why walk away from one of America's closest partners, its second biggest trading partner?
Well, I think, again, the focus coming down to, William mentioned the goal of reindustrialization. And I think one of the principal points on the table in this deal was that the midstream, the fabricators of aluminum products, would be facing a reduction in the duties, the protections of.
Oh, he said duties.
From 50% to 25%. Which for us was kind of confusing because just 4 months ago we announced that the tariffs would rise to 50%. Now we were going to cut back the tariff protection just for the sake of, well, we weren't really sure. I mean, if it was just to try to hash out a deal or what, but it felt like we were putting our...
Guys, I'm 40 years old and I'm still making these fucking jokes. What's wrong with me? I'm fucking 40 years old.
Downstream aluminum fabricators on the line there,
and
they employ 97% of the sector's jobs. So that was a real loss on the table there. And also the downstream...
You have a kid? Dad jokes? Oh, dad jokes! Yes. That's how we're going to justify this. Thank you. Do not clip this section because then people will know. Don't clip it.
Aluminum sector was so important, and also the steel mills were so important in this battle because they are the ones who are the customers of the primary material that exists upstream, and we...
What about Uranus? Oh, you can't get away from those jokes, man. Universe 9/11. I made a dad joke today, and my boss got so mad. What was the joke? Please, what was the joke? I need to know now.
We need a robust demand signal in place in order to keep a vibrant aluminum, production process in place. And so I think that was a big kind of focus of my analysis, really, just the steel mills and the aluminum production downstream.
Yeah, metals really were a focus, aluminum and steel, if I'm not mistaken. And, when we talk about trade between these two countries, we talk about a lot of different components going both ways. But why are you zeroing in on aluminum steel as the most important things to focus on?
Did I condemn Hassan today? No, but I did see this great piece of technology invented by researchers at SDU.
Worm. Meet the squishy robot that moves like a real worm. Scientists from Denmark made this robotic worm with 2 air-filled sections joined together. When air is pumped in and out of them, they stretch and squeeze like a worm's body. The robot also has a folded skin wrapped around it. This skin acts as a gripper at the back and a slipper at the front. When the robot stretches, the front end slides forward while the back stays in place. Robots like these could squeeze into collapsed buildings for search and rescue and crawl through narrow pipes for inspection. Meet the squishy robot that moves like a real worm. Scientists from...
Not the gripper. Researchers at SDU Soft Robotics developed a worm-inspired, limbless, soft robot with inflatable muscles and a flexible kirigami skin. It can crawl, turn, rotate, and avoid obstacles using controlled body movements and sensors. The robot could be useful for search and rescue, inspection, and exploration.
Let's turn to the war in Ukraine now. Kiev has launched.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a couple of reasons, but one, and probably first and foremost, is the national security component. I mean, if
it's reminiscent to the famous website Penn Island.
you go back to the COVID supply chain, I think one of the lessons, at least that I've taken from that, is it really threw into fresh relief how important it is to have some resilience in your supply chains. You can't simply just outsource all of your production to geopolitical either rivals or even allies. You need to have some production at home, and metals are so important because they undergird so much of defense production, automotive production, and there's just a whole host of elements that are just so critical. If we surrender any kind of industry that we have in those sectors, then we are really kind of shooting ourselves in the foot.
Bill, do you see it in these national security terms as well?
I buy a national security argument. It's very difficult to convince me that Canada is a national security risk and that we imperil our national security by integrating our economy with Canada's. As Mayor said, we spent 30 years integrating the North American economy. We spent 20 years before that integrating the automobile sector specifically with Canada. That deal was signed in 1965. We have a very long history of working with Canada. It's been a reliable, profitable arrangement for both sides. It's just very hard for me to believe that we need to cut off that kind of trade for national security reasons. If you're talking about dependence on China, different story. China has a record of practicing economic coercion, and you can see that with critical minerals and the export controls they've imposed. I'm a big fan of resilience. I think the logic is impeccable there, and I think we have to check supply chains very carefully for choke points and vulnerabilities. But what CSIS has pretty consistently recommended in this area is development of trusted partnerships. We can't make everything here by ourselves. And that means that to the extent that we have to make it somewhere else, let's find trusted partners. And Canada seems to me to be the best example of what a trusted partner would be.
What about the China question? How much of this is about Canada's openness to China?
Well, I think that is going to have to be an integral component to any deal that is ultimately reached on the USMCA deal, is the China question because of their overcapacity. And look, I mean,
Candace, I just saw your message. Candace. Oh, shit.
China, bilateral trade between the U.S. and China in terms of metals is pretty much cut to very little rate or low rates, especially on the primary side of things. But what we're seeing is a lot of what we call transshipment and a lot of the Chinese metal entering into third markets. And oftentimes, China can take advantage of countries with lower tariff jurisdictions vis-a-vis the United States to, trade their metal through those countries, and then they find their way into the United States. So I think it was a little concerning for the United States to see that Canada had taken a much softer stance on China, in fact, opening up their markets to more electric vehicles, EVs, and other commodities. And that's a real concern because that could pave the way potentially to, create more investment opportunities for Canada or for China to come into North America and lay foundation there and avail themselves of some of the protections that are afforded, the North American, trade relationship. That's a big concern for us.
Of course, that is part of Prime Minister Carney's diversification objective, which he began precisely because of Trump's tariffs in the first place. I mean, one of the ironies of a lot of this is that the things that Trump is complaining about now are problems that he essentially has caused.
Yes.
Reopening
it's true.
the Strait of Hormuz.
They don't know what the they're
true.
doing.
I want to be a good boy.
Hoo-yah, Navy!
I want to be a good boy.
Oh, it's so good. You can't even avoid saying it anymore. It's just true.
I mean, one of the ironies of a lot of this is that the things that Trump is complaining about now are problems that he essentially has caused. If he hadn't put the tariffs on in the first place, Carney would not have been doing what he's been doing, because he's doing the only thing that makes sense for a Canadian prime minister, which is to diversify the economy
files, welcome.
away from the 80% or 70%. I think now it's actually working. I think he's approaching 60%. I mean,
America has prescribed Palestine Action as a international terrorist group.
We're never going to get very.
But still have not prescribed the RSF as an international terrorist group or just a terrorist group in general. Think about that for a second. Palestine Action is being seen as a terrorist group, but not the Rapid Support Forces, who have literally killed so many people that at one point you could see pools of blood from space. Not the RSF, folks, but Palestine Action. Fuck me.
Very far away from our economy, but it's working. China is a sensitive issue. The EVs are coming in pursuant to a quota, so we're talking about 49,000. I don't know that that necessarily is going to be a disaster for the United States. They're not intended to be sold here, and in fact, we can keep them out because we have a 100% tariff on EVs, and even if they're Chinese EVs, if they're coming from China, they'll still have the tariff. So I'm not worried about the threat that way. It's true and important, I think, that one of the key objectives in the U.S., Canada, Mexico negotiation, that to try to get all three countries acting together on the overcapacity question, and particularly have a united front against China, because we don't want the other two to be a backdoor for American getting into America. But that's Trump has not chosen to do that in the USMCA context. He's going after Canada unilaterally.
We've spent a fair bit of time covering the USMCA and the renegotiation. So what do you think, Bill, Mexico should be thinking and doing right now?
Well, they're probably watching with very, very, very carefully on this. They've handled the negotiations a different way. They have not pushed back in the same way that Carney has pushed back. And public opinion in Mexico is a little bit more complicated than it is in Canada, despite Trump's various insults about the Mexicans. They have a very significant stake in the outcome of the negotiations. Thus far, that's been fairly calm. I don't think it's reached the point yet of contention on the tough issues, and it'll be some of the same tough issues. You know, how are the Mexicans going to handle China in China? How much of their products are they going to let into the United States? What are they going to do on agriculture, for example, which we haven't been talking about, which is a big issue with Mexico. So the tough issues there are yet to come. What worries me in this the war with Canada is that what Trump may do is just try to cut a bilateral deal with Mexico and leave Canada out in the cold. I don't think that would be good for any of the three economies.
Just hearing you say the war with Canada, even if you mean economic warfare, is just something stunning to hear.
It's depressing.
But Mihir, in the vein of you thinking that no deal is better than a deal, what about the consumers themselves? Do you think that they're going to be better off because they're going to be facing higher prices?
Sure. Well, I would say that in the short term, at least the deal that was on the table would have the one that was on the table was better to not strike that deal. So I'm not saying that any deal in its entirety should not be struck at all. I do think that ultimately I do believe that Canada is our ally. That we should, despite all the rhetoric, recognize that our markets are very closely integrated and aligned, and we both have an interest in resolving this issue. But it has to be, I think, on the right terms. And so, to your point, I mean, I think our businesses rely heavily on Canadian inputs, and even though we talked at the beginning, at the outset, about leverage in this case, whereas while the United States has the large market, Canada has strengths in sectoral leverage for energy, critical minerals, and things like that. So we need to be cognizant of that. We can't overplay our hand. And right now, it looks like I saw that Canada's announcing retaliatory measures that are surgically targeted at districts that are going to be up for election, I think, in the midterms. So, Wisconsin cheese, or appliances in Kentucky, or fisheries in Maine, for example, right? So that has the potential to extract significant pain on key communities within the country. So I think we really have to think about that. We don't want to overplay our hand here.
So much of it comes back to the midterms. Bill, how realistically do you think these American companies that Mihir is talking about can replace what they've been bringing in from Canada?
Well, eventually there will be a new equilibrium, and they'll figure out what to do. I think the mistake people often make is that this can happen overnight. And it takes, if you're going to build a new plant here, if you're going to build a greenfield plant, for example, like the aluminum smelter that may or may not end up going up in Oklahoma, we're talking years there. There are financing issues, there are permitting issues, there are construction issues. It takes a long time.
America is not just going to reindustrialize like by the end of this decade, or even by the even say mid next decade. Reindustrialization is a pipe dream, because the cost of labor in America is far more than the cost of labor anywhere else. America, this is checkmate, bro. The world has the global South has grabbed America by the nussy. It's over. America ain't reindustrializing. Fuck no. They're kicking out the people who would work for a lower cost as well. What, you think white people are gonna fucking do hard labor again? What the fuck? This motherfucker here, does he look like he can do hard labor? Look at him.
Minerals, one factoid that stuck with me is in the United States, the time between discovery of an ore deposit and commercial production is 16 and a half years. Now, it strikes me as a little bit long. But even if you cut that in half, that's 8. Not everything happens right away. Sure, eventually companies will restructure their supply chains, shift things around. The problem they've got now is exactly what Mahir was referring to earlier with the aluminum tariffs going up or down. Nobody knows. It's going to be 50%, but maybe next week it'll be 25%, and maybe 3 weeks after that, if they cut a deal, it'll be 10%. And then he'll get mad at Carney again, and it'll go back to 50%. That's the worst possible outcome for business. If you don't know what's going to happen next, you can't plan.
So is this, Mahir, a trade dispute, or are we, after NAFTA, after USMCA, is Washington completely rewriting the rules of trade with Canada and Mexico?
Well, I hope it's simply just a short-term dispute and ultimately becomes a trade renegotiation, because I still firmly believe that we are, again, I keep saying, stronger together as an integrated supply chain. I do think that Washington is taking a more robust posture when it comes to advocating for issues that or sectors at least, that they have identified as critical to national security. And I think that part has changed. So I think any eventual solution is, I think we've seen the days of frictionless trade in the free trade agreement between, the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. I think those days are kind of gone moving forward. I think we are going to see tariffs continue to remain a part of, the sectors in which we have identified a, national security vulnerability.
I just asked you, Bill, about Mexico, but what about other countries? I mean, we have the president trying to apply tariffs to adversaries and allies alike. We have President Xi coming from China next month. What countries are possibly next in terms of being targeted?
Well, I think everybody's watching what's happening in Canada very carefully and to see how it turns out, because that'll give them some clues as to how they should behave. The one I would watch, aside from China, which is a special case, is India. I think that negotiation's been slow-rolled anyway. Ever since the Supreme Court decision invalidating the IEEPA tariffs, the Indians have slowed down. I think they're going to watch very carefully what's going on with Canada now. They want the best deal possible. If they think further tariffs will be invalidated, or if they think that what Carney's doing may produce some concessions, I think they'll try to follow the same path. I think the Europeans, the EU in particular, are watching very, very closely. So is the UK. They both have a cap that Trump has agreed to, 10% for the UK, 15% for the EU, but they're very sensitive to Carney's argument that this all could be temporary, and if there's yet one more investigation underway, the overcapacity investigation, and Trump, those countries are subject to it, and Trump could add more tariffs on top of the ones that are already there, which would break the agreements he negotiated last year. So people are very nervous about all this. It's really an uncertain time.
Yep. Trump is fucking everything. It's excuse me. I'm sorry about that. Unfucking all of this is also going to be hard. So don't think a change in government is going to fix this very easily. I will say that the one good thing to come out of this as a person outside America is to see American imperialism just get absolutely dismantled bit by bit by a white supremacist. He is just this is for you, Trump. This is for you.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
The whole world is watching going, okay, you're going to dismantle your own shit? Fuck. Great.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
So American imperialism won't end with, like, I mean, you know, it's it heading deeper into like issues. But I think violence will be the way they'll try and get out of it. And this is even if a democratic government comes into play, I think violence will be on the cards. But the American imperialist machine, the American empire, you might even call it, is ending with an absolute, ending like an absolute joke. It's a fucking joke, everybody. It's a joke. And you know what, Donny boy?
He should kiss my ass.
Absolutely. What an idiot. What an idiot. Great. Now, let's look at
Turn to the war.
let's look at another thing that happened. Another thing that Merca is involved in. America sent, it looks like, the CIA director to Moscow. We looked at the story. Trans woman, I think it was you that sent me the story first. But it looks like the person on that plane was the CIA director. What the hell is going on?
Let's turn to the war in Ukraine now. Kiev has launched a massive drone attack on Russia just hours after the director of the CIA, John Ratcliffe, reportedly made a previously unannounced visit to Moscow. Joining us is our defense and security analyst.
Russia plus pussy, Russie, yeah.
Professor Michael Clark. We'll
Makes
get on
sense.
to the conflict bit in a second. But first and foremost, the CIA flying into Moscow. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't happened since 2021. Bill Burns, previous CIA director, went to talk to Putin directly, but this is 2021, before the full-scale invasion, so it hasn't happened for a long time. And John Radcliffe confirmed was there. He went there for a brief visit and left again, so he was only there for a few hours. What the Kremlin have said is, oh, there he is, C-17. Yeah, what the Kremlin have said is that he met his counterpart, who would be Sergei Narishkin, who's the SVR director, so that's CIA equivalent.
Hey, Freedom Evie. Hi. Welcome. Hopefully I got your name right. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Equivalent. And Narishkin is not that close to Putin. And it's the Kremlin have just said a few minutes ago in a statement that Mr. Putin didn't meet him. They were playing it down earlier on. They said President Putin was informed of his visit. Well, I should think he was. You know, an American C-17 flying into Moscow and the director of the CIA getting off, I should think he was informed. But the fact that that's all they said indicates they were trying to play it down. And that's what they've done, which indicates to me that they weren't talking about prisoner swaps, or probably not Ukraine, except maybe in the periphery. I mean, if it was Ukraine, Jared Kushner would be there and Steve Witkoff. Narishkin and John Radcliffe, I think, were probably talking about Iran, because Scott Bessant made it very clear, the Treasury Secretary, 2 days ago, that there will be no exceptions to sanctions breaking amongst other states. So he said, we the Americans will take secondary sanctions against you if you're breaking our sanctions to Iran. We know that the Russians are helping the Iranians all the time. And probably what the CIA director was saying to his counterpart, look, we know you do this, here's the evidence. We know you do that, here's the evidence. We know you do this. Stop doing it. We mean it when we say we will take sanctions against you. So my guess is, I'm guessing, but I think, you know, he was there for a few hours to give a warning to his counterpart that we know what you do, so stop it. That's what I think it was about.
It was a previously unannounced visit, but we do understand that the Americans gave a heads up to the Ukrainians and said if you could be ever so kind as to not strike Moscow for a few hours, that would be appreciated.
Yes, they told them not to do it. They didn't say kindly. They said don't strike Moscow or anywhere else in Russia during these few hours when our CIA directors are. Not because they would target him, but because it would be embarrassing.
It would be embarrassing and yeah, a tricky diplomatic kind of tightrope to walk. However, that hasn't stopped Ukraine fighting on the front line, has it? And there has been some success on the ground itself.
There has, yeah. I mean, this war is moving quite fast, not just in strategic terms, with both sides taking lumps out of each other in their air campaigns, but on the ground, the Ukrainians have conducted a couple of offensives. One of them, toward the south, at Orikhiv, in that area, which is Dnipropetrovsk and Luhansk and Donetsk, they started an offensive in February, just when Elon Musk took Starlink down for the Russians, and that was really important. They conducted an offensive there with armored warfare. We haven't seen that for a while. They found a...
He went to cry about Iran whipping CIA bases in the region? You think so?
...way, which we always knew would happen at some point, of breaking through the drone wall of the Russians. It's a bit like the First World War. If you can break through the drone wall, you get a temporary respite.
Russia is 100% providing intelligence information. So is China to Iran. I mean, why wouldn't they? Number one, why the fuck wouldn't they provide intelligence to Iran? You know, it just makes sense. America does it all over the world. Obviously, they're gonna get involved. The thing for me is like, why is America? What is America wanting from this meeting? It's so hard to tell. There's a lot happening, folks. There's a lot happening from a geopolitical perspective here, and none of it seems to be a reduction in escalation. It just seems to be more and more escalation. That's the hard part here. That's the real nerve-wracking part. Everything is about escalation.
You get a gap that closes after a few days, and you rush through the gap, all the forces you can, and do what damage you can behind the lines. And that's what they seem to have done. And we know they use the 78th, 79th, the 80th, the 82nd Brigades, the 95th Air Assault Brigades. The 82nd Brigade, Air Assault Brigade, is the one with all the British equipment in it. So that was when we gave Challenger 2 tanks and some of the armoured vehicles. It was the old-fashioned armour that they used, and they made some progress. Now, that offensive ran out of steam or came to an end about 2 weeks ago, middle of August. Since then, it's occurred that in the north, you see that Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, around Lyman, just about 15 kilometres. Actually, the labels on that map are slightly misleading, but, I mean, Slavyansk is below Lyman, it's south of Lyman, about 15 kilometres. The Ukrainians have conducted another secret or fairly quiet operation with not much publicity. OPSEC, as they say, operational security, has been very tight. And they've pushed the Russians out of Nove, which is a village to the north of Lyman. What the Russians have been trying to do is a big pincer movement against Slavyansk and Kramatorsk, the two big fortress cities. They're trying to get to them from the south and come in from the north around Lyman. And what the Ukrainians have done, they've outflanked the Russians north of Lyman. And it looks as if they're trying to get in behind them. If they succeed, again, using armour, using traditional armoured weapons, for the period that they're free to do it, they might have some success. So they are pushing the Russians back in specific areas. And the upshot of that, what does it mean? It means the Russians almost certainly cannot take Slavyansk and Kramatorsk this year. It'll go into the winter. It'll go into whatever happens from the spring next year.
Oh, that's all right then, isn't it? Isn't it, Michael? I'm referring to the individual supposedly in charge of the U.S. No, we got it.
Just a few moments ago, the Wall Street Journal is reporting why the CIA director made a mysterious trip to Moscow. John Ratcliffe meeting with Russian officials early this morning. And let's show you video of what's believed to be his plane landing in Latvia shortly after that visit. We are now learning what those discussions were about, according to the Wall Street Journal. They report that Ratcliffe was there to deliver a warning to Russia not to attack NATO countries, which is obviously a significant meeting, a message that could have been conveyed in many different ways that didn't require the CIA.
It was most definitely not him going there to say, don't attack NATO countries. Come on, man. Are people really this fucking stupid? No, it wasn't about that. That could have been a fucking email.
Director taking the sort of risk of going in there and having Ukraine not have to bomb Russia during that, given that CNN reported about 2 weeks ago that U.S. intelligence assessments indicated Putin could try to test NATO's resolve by launching an attack on a NATO member. Now, earlier, Trump downplayed the significance of the visit.
Wants to borrow money. Oh, hey, Lisa. I don't know if I said hi to you, but hi, Lisa. How are you?
Here he is.
He's there on, very sort of semi-routine. I hate to disappoint people. We would like to see the war with Ukraine end.
The comment there about the CIA director is false. The CIA director's secret flying to Moscow is anything but routine. This was Ratcliffe's first known visit to Russia since the start of Trump's second term. It's been 5 years since a CIA director has stepped foot in Russia. I've spoken to a former CIA director who went there when times were much less fraught, who would have described it at the time as an incredibly security risk and anything but routine. Lara Seligman broke the story for the Wall Street Journal, and she is out front tonight. So, Lara, okay, you obviously have significant new reporting here. So let's just start with what can you tell us about this trip and what triggered it?
So what prompted this surprise visit to Moscow by Ratcliffe was new U.S. intelligence assessments that Russian President Vladimir Putin could launch a limited assault on an allied country, likely a Baltics nation, in the next few years. We reported this a few weeks ago. So Ratcliffe was dispatched by the Trump administration to Moscow yesterday. He arrived in a military aircraft, kind of a surprise. And the intent was to deliver this message to Putin not to attack NATO countries. So this is really significant and really
No, it wasn't not to attack NATO countries. What? It's so stupid. Why? I think if anything, it's about intelligence sharing, and it's about how the front line is being managed. I think both intelligence, both countries are trying to maintain some level of subtlety when they're helping each partner. I think this is a line in the sand. I think this was a discussion about how both parties of each intelligence agencies in each area will conduct themselves. I think it's a line in the sand. I think that's what they've done here. Not anything to do with attacking NATO countries. It's stupid. That wouldn't have been a visit like this.
really signifies that the Trump administration takes this intel seriously. He arrived there on a military jet. He met with Russian intelligence officials, not Putin himself, although Putin was briefed on the meeting. So why would Putin go and attack a NATO country, especially while his military is stretched so thin in Ukraine? Well, according to intelligence officials, the idea would be to test NATO's resolve and try to fracture the alliance. What we know is that U.S. officials are increasingly concerned that Putin is backed into a corner, and the thinking is that a cornered Putin lashes out.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this is so fascinating that if, the reporting is obviously stunning, you're reporting that Putin would be considering an attack like this. But if it's within a couple of years, why this now? And also why this administration, which has had, frankly, such disdain for its own intelligence assessments on things like.
This is more likely discussions about Iran, not a NATO country. No, I think it's bigger in terms of the front lines merging. I don't think it's just about Iran. But I think Iran would have been included in the discussion. Because Russia has definitely been providing intelligence to Iran. So I wouldn't be surprised if Iran was part of the discussion. But I don't think it would have just been about Iran.
like Ukraine or Iran took this one seriously. I mean, there's so many questions from all of this. But, you know, among them, Lara, is this. Hours ago, Trump was asked about a possible Russian attack on NATO, right? Was that the reason for the trip? Somebody asked him, and this is what he said.
The CIA director, ours, is in Russia. Rumors are saying Putin is going to test NATO resolve, all the way to speculation that is crazy. He's going to strike England, all the way to this is maybe the U.S. telling them about the Iranian sanctions, saying we're serious about them. Can you tell me why our CIA director flew in the middle of the night to meet with the Russians?
Well, none of the above. He's there on, very sort of semi-routine. I hate to disappoint people. We would like to see the war with Ukraine end.
So among the things Glenn Beck lists there is Putin is going to test NATO resolve. Trump denies it. Obviously, your detailed reporting contradicts what he said. What do you make of his denial?
Well, I think it's kind of embarrassing for the administration. I mean, I think he was meant to go there covertly and have this meeting with Russian intelligence officials. Potentially, they even asked to speak with Putin himself, and they did not actually meet with Putin. And it's possible that Russia rebuffed their request, and they went home empty-handed. So my thinking is potentially they're embarrassed and don't want to admit what they were doing. But what we do know is that Putin is in a very difficult situation right now. He is being squeezed on the battlefield in Ukraine, and he's under domestic pressure at home. And he may see an opening as well, since there is, as we've reported, a shortfall in critical Western munitions that's been driven by expenditures in the Iran war. So that could also factor into Putin's thinking here.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. And amazing they would have thought no one would have noticed. I mean, anybody who was up in the early hours of the night saw it on the Flight Radar Twitter feeds that this plane was going in. All right, Lara, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. And
Iran and Ukraine war could merge if Ukraine attacks more Iranian or Russian ships on the way to and from Iran. Yeah, this is what I mean. I don't think this is about. This is particularly about I don't think this is particularly about specific confrontations that are happening right now. I think this is about intelligence sharing between the two intelligence agencies, and they are trying to, I think, draw a line. They're trying to draw a line. They're trying to ensure the conduct of the two are somehow, there's some etiquette. I think America is trying to establish some sort of operational consistency. But I don't think Russia is playing along with America's bullshit, and America's getting worried. I honestly think this is so much bigger than just fucking attacking a NATO country. Like, if there's an attack on a NATO country, nothing is going to happen. America is not going to, invade Russia. America is not going to put boots on the ground in Ukraine. Not under the Donald Trump presidency anyway. So, and I think NATO would immediately renege Article 5. I don't see any European country wanting to put boots on the ground. I think Europe's military talk about, how much Mark Rutte's bullshit like circle jerking is all crap. If Putin does attack a NATO country, they are not going to deploy troops into fucking Ukraine or whatever. Europe's best configuration for all of this is the war continues nonstop between Ukraine and Russia, and all that Europe does is provides Ukraine the firepower that it needs to just hold Russia on the front lines. That would be the perfect outcome for Ukraine, because then that would be the perfect outcome for Europe, because Europe then doesn't need to expend its resources on anything while weakening Russia. Europe wants a forever war here. Europe wants something to happen for a long time. And in my honest opinion, Europe is dragging this thing on because they want to see a weaker Russia. They want to see Russia weakened, and the Ukrainians are being used as human shields.
And all this fantastic reporting that you shared with us. I want to go out front now to Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, because he's on the House Armed Services Committee, served 4 tours of duty in Iraq with the Marines, and is now running for U.S. Senate.
She said
so, Congressman,
duty.
you hear Lara Seligman's new reporting there, and she's got a lot of detail. So what do you make of it? You know, the conversation we're having is that John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, goes to Moscow, and what does it say to you that he would go, if it's for this reason, to warn Putin about a NATO attack, that Ratcliffe chose to do that now, this rose to that level, and that Putin didn't actually meet with him? What does all this mean to you?
Well, Aaron, as you pointed out, this is nothing routine at all. And so it suggests to me that this is a serious emergency. And it's yet another example of how the Trump administration fundamentally puts our national security at risk every single day. You know, the conservative guy, Glenn Beck, says Putin might want to test NATO's resolve. But fundamentally, what Putin might want to do is test Trump's resolve. Because a lot of people question Trump's resolve when it comes to standing up to our NATO allies. He's repeatedly undermined our NATO allies. A lot of people question Trump's resolve when it comes to standing up to Putin himself, because he's always praising Putin, blaming Zelensky for war criminal Putin's criminal war in Ukraine. So there are really legitimate concerns about the resolve of the President of the United States, and that's dangerous for us and for our allies.
I want to play something else that Trump said in that same interview with Glenn Beck about the supreme leader in Iran, who obviously hasn't been seen, as you know, Congressman, since he formally assumed power. And let me just check here to make sure we all understand. That was about 6 months ago, okay? But here's Trump to Glenn Beck.
I don't think he's dead. He was very seriously wounded at the left side of his body, the arm, the leg, the whole thing. He was very seriously wounded, but I don't think he's dead.
So those comments, Congressman, come as The Economist has some really important new reporting. They are saying that there are new billboards showing up in Tehran, and on the billboards, and, you know, in the billboards there, you know, I've seen them when they put really, really big. And these apparently show 7 men who have taken power in Iran since Khamenei was killed. And 7 people, okay? The billboard calls the men. So on the billboard, it says top of the country's security and defense. So you'd say, okay, these massive billboards are going up, 7 guys, top of the country, and it says so on there. But the supreme leader is not on there. He is actually not one of the 7, according to The Economist reporting, which is incredible. What does this tell you?
It tells me that Iran has a more military-controlled regime, and that probably makes them more effective.
No shit, Sherlock! Oh my gosh. Yeah. You know, the IRGC basically reports directly to the supreme leader. So they've always been, military has been a huge part of how Iran has built out its defense. So what are we saying here? Why? It's not a new thing. This regime didn't become militaristic overnight. This was already militaristic, and it was because of Western meddling in the region. And I just don't understand that Americans would be so naive to just go, oh, they became militaristic after America attacked them. No, they've been preparing for this for a long time.
It's standing up to Trump's war. And so, frankly, it's not a surprise that Iran and that probably makes them more effective at standing up to Trump's war.
The leader is not on there. He is actually not one of the 7, according to The Economist reporting, which is incredible. What does this tell you?
It tells me that Iran has a more military-controlled regime, and that probably makes them more effective at standing up to Trump's war. And so, frankly, it's not a surprise that Iran would have a more military-focused leadership. when they've been so effective at controlling the entire world economy here through this war that Trump started and has totally backfired. I mean, to connect these two things, let's not forget that Trump promised he would end the Ukraine war on day one. He's now promised about 40 different times that the Iranians are begging to come to the negotiating table and they're going to end the Iran war. He hasn't fulfilled any promise to end wars. He's done nothing but start wars on his watch. And the wars are backfiring on him, and it's incredibly dangerous for our national security.
Wow. Fucking genius. Absolute genius. America's America is definitely not taking what's happening in Iran well. Okay, so CNN released more polling out of America recently, a few hours ago. I want us to check this out because I think this is quite insane.
Donald Trump is still the sun on which the planets of the GOP revolve around. You could see it quite well here. Look at this. Trump endorsees won Senate primaries. If the person that he endorsed is not an elected incumbent, like Darlene Graham was, you know, since 2022 or 2022 was about 95% of the time, has that weakened it all this cycle? No, it has not. It has actually gotten stronger. Look at this. 100% of the time, if Trump endorsed a non-elected incumbent like Darlene Graham, they in fact won the Republican primary for United States Senate. Trump's name is still the one that GOP voters buy when it comes to Senate endorsements.
He went there, he spent money, he made a difference. And according to some measurements here, may have turned it around for her.
Yeah, I would say that this is probably the endorsement of Darlene Graham and getting her across the finish line in the Republican Party is probably the strongest sign of Donald Trump's name being gold in Republican primaries to date. It's by far his most impressive performance because just take a look here. It's according to the Kalshi prediction market. Chance to win the South Carolina special GOP Senate primary. Before the Trump endorsement, it was just 14%. Just 14%. The reason why Darlene Graham won that primary, won that nomination, is because of one name and one name only, Donald John Trump. This was his most impressive endorsement to date in terms of getting someone actually nominated because she basically stood no chance. Once that endorsement came in, her chances rocketed well north of 50%, and last night she won that nomination.
And it's largely because Republican primary voters are hugely supportive of the president.
This guy's just like, he loves the clapping, he loves it. It's like so dramatic.
You know, sometimes we have these polls and, you know, they're favorable polls or approval polls and they're in the moment, but I just love this one. Okay. The president Republicans most admire. It's Donald Trump. This is a historic comparison. A majority of Republicans say, 53% say, he's the Republican president they most admire. Ronald Reagan, who traditionally has won that much, Donald Trump nearly triples up on this. Reagan at just 18%. And then Abraham Lincoln, who by most historic accounts is the greatest president of all time. But Republicans say that the president that they most admire by, what is this? This is 6-7 times as many, Donald John Trump at 53%, easily crushing Abe Lincoln at 8%. And the Elon poll showed that he was the greatest president.
Is he a former sports reporter or something? I don't know, man. This guy just gets too excited about this. But this poll is weird AF, so I thought I'd show you.
As well, Donald.
I feel like this slide might end up on a printout on his desk sometime soon if he hasn't seen it already. Harry, in terms of who the president is endorsing, what we have going
6,
forward,
7.
what races are still out there?
Yeah, okay. You know, how about in North Carolina, right? No. Or New Hampshire, not North Carolina.
It's the North Carolina of New England.
That's right. It's the North Carolina, New England. Chance to be the New Hampshire Republican Senate nominee. John Sununu, who Trump has endorsed, a 97% chance. Scott Brown, 3%. That matches the polls, according to the Kalshi prediction market. These odds are.
What do New Yorkers think about him?
They like the guy. They like the guy. And it's not just that they like the guy. They like the guy a lot more than they did a year ago. I mean, take a look here. Mamdani's favorable rating in New York City. You know, you go a year ago, 44%. Look where it was at the beginning of his term. It was 68%. You might think, oh, okay, you know, that's a sugar high as he's coming to office. But look now. It's 69%. There has been...
Oh! go. We got 6'7", we got 6'9". We're getting all the numbers today.
No drop. He is still on the honeymoon period. This is an extremely long honeymoon period. Americans wish they could have honeymoon periods for this long, but Mamdani is still very popular in the city as he is implementing his agenda.
And it's not just in New York City when you're talking about Democrats, at least.
No, you know, you talk about Democrats and you talk about Zohran Mamdani.
Can Mamdani run for president? He can't. I know he can't, but he should.
And you know, those Democratic voters nationwide, they like the guy. They like the guy. Look at this. Okay, net favorability rating among Dems nationally. Look who's at the top of the list. It's Zohran Mamdani, plus 54 points. Better than AOC at plus 47. Better than Hakeem Jeffries at plus 27. Chuck Schumer has real popularity problems even among Democrats. He was only at plus 10. But among Democrats, Zohran Mamdani is arguably the most popular modern-day politician who's actually currently in elected office, beating all these folks. If you're a Republican, you'd be much better off going after Chuck Schumer or even Hakeem Jeffries than going after Zohran Mamdani, who still is very, very popular, at least with the Democratic base.
With the Democrats, what about overall? How does he fit in there?
Okay, that's a great question, Johnny B. You know, all this whole thing, Republicans, we want to run against Zohran Mamdani. We're going to show those pictures in New York. We're going to talk about Democratic socialism, Zohran Mamdani. But look at this. Net favorability rating among likely voters. Yeah, Zohran Mamdani isn't doing too hot to trot at minus 5 points, but he's more popular than the Vice President, J.D. Vance, at minus 15 points, or the President of the United States at minus 16 points. The bottom line is this. Zohran Mamdani is more popular than the politicians that are front and center for the Republicans, considerably more popular than Donald Trump, who I think is actually going to be the one that most voters are going to be basing their vote upon. Not the mayor of New York, but if they were, that's much better for Democrats than it would be for Republicans, at least in terms of basing your vote on the President of the United States.
And there is one metric of popularity. I have to say, it may matter more to President Donald J. Trump than a lot of people. You know, how popular, what impact, what's one way to measure what impact Zohran Mamdani has in the country?
How about Times Person of the Year? How about Times Person of the Year? You know, Donald Trump has won that before, but take a look here. Mamdani's chance to be in 2026 Times Person of the Year. We're going to do that right up there. Times Person of the Year in 2026. Look, he's leading the pack. He is leading the pack at this point. That is what's so unbelievable. His chance to win something that we know Donald Trump's like to win might be the ultimate pain point for the President of the United States.
When we talk about AI, we're sort of seeing it going at both parties right now. Who do people say they trust?
Nobody. They hate everybody. That is what's going on. That is why you're seeing these flippity flops when it comes to AI and these politicians, because look at this. Trust more in AI. 21% say the Democrats. 23% say the Republicans. And then look at this. The clear majority, the clear plurality, 51% say neither party. I think a lot of these politicians thought, hey, AI is the future, but a lot of Americans are very concerned, and that is why you're seeing these politicians move much more into a AI skeptical camp.
Yeah, from both parties going after each other. What do people think is going to happen with jobs?
Yeah, this is the reason why I think a lot of people, you know, there are a couple of reasons why, but I think this is one of the big reasons why a lot of people are concerned about AI. Think AI will lead to fewer jobs in the U.S. over the next 20 years. Look at this. By every age group, 73% of those under 30, 74% age 30 to 44, 72% age 45 to 64, and 65 plus, which has the lowest percentage, still more than 3 in 5. This is universal. This is across age groups. This is across partisan groups. What we are seeing here is a lot of fear that AI is going to take jobs away from
Did someone ask them about the climate?
Americans. No wonder that a lot of folks are skeptical of AI.
What else are we seeing in terms of concerns there when you look at age and stuff?
Yeah, if you look at age, right, you might think, okay, the youngest of folks, the ones who are on their phones, their computers, the ones who might be able to take the biggest advantage of AI, if in fact they're able to do so. But look at this, more concerned about AI than excited. Among those under the age of 30, in 2021, it was 31%. Look at that number. Up like a rocket now, 50.
Excuse me?
It was 31%. Look at that number. Up like a rocket now. 55% of those under the age of 30 are more concerned about AI than excited. Johnny B said it. Wow.
And of course, there are these companies that are fueling this AI boom right now. What are the prediction markets saying about how they're doing or what they might do?
Yeah, I think this is, you know, sort of the inverse, right? The chance that OpenAI announces an IPO before June of 2027, according to the Kalshi prediction market, 76%. So I think, or in the upper 70s, I should say. What I think you're seeing here is essentially the folks see the AI companies making a whole lot of money, and they themselves thinking, you know, we're going to lose jobs. And I think is one of the big reasons why you're seeing this real backlash against AI.
He just loves numbers. I think the mainstream media is trying to be more relatable to a particular age group by making these sorts of videos. Just more energy and more. This man was born to be a children's entertainer, but his wiggles audition went sideways because he was too much. So now he's on CNN. He has more moves than a bowl of Jello. Yeah, he's full of energy. But those, we literally just want quiet. Yeah, just relax, bro. Just fucking relax. Oh, I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be back. I'm gonna have a drink as well. I'm gonna have a drink of water. Enjoy some Cletus. Enjoy some Cletus. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes, everybody. I shall return. Thank you. Chill out. Get a coffee or something. Don't be a douche. Okay, bye. See you in a second. Hi. Okay. We have some reporting on Russia's preparation of total war that I want to look at. There's so many different different bits and pieces of news that I want to look at, but nothing got to get those bits in. Let's talk about what Russia's preparing and just some analysis on that, because I think September is quite a big month for the war between Russia and Ukraine. There has been some estimations that Russia is preparing a massive ground incursion further into Ukrainian territory. So let's see what these pundits think.
I'm joined now by Francis Farrell. He's the senior reporter at the Kyiv Independent and co-author of the weekly newsletter War Notes. In his latest article, he argues that Russia is gearing up for a new phase of total war against Ukraine. Francis, it's good to have you on the program. Let me just ask you, when you use the words total war, tell me what has fundamentally changed here?
War comes from an image of the world wars of the 20th century, both World War I and World War II, where the Allies on one side and Germany and their allies on the other were basically seen as throwing everything they've got at this war, whether that was in terms of manpower, in terms of weaponry, and in terms of economy. And that means mobilizing one's own resources, but also targeting the resources of the other side, most famously in World War II, of course, with the strategic bombing of cities, of big factories, of anything, even just the country's economy that was seen as contributing to the war effort. And it also includes an idea of mass mobilization and conscription on both sides. And so far, what we've seen is that this war has of course been existential for Ukraine. Russia, in their propaganda, calls it existential, and we have seen massive strikes. We have seen massive casualties, the biggest kind of interstate war since World War II, perhaps. But we haven't seen that kind of total mobilization that has brought about the term total war. But in the last few months, we've seen two things, especially from both sides. We've seen attacks on the economy, whether it's Ukraine going after oil refineries, going after logistics hubs of Russia's Amazon wildberries, and Russia responding in turn with attacks on Ukraine's ports. Those are the ports that are feeding much of the global south with grain, exporting a lot of resources, attacks on petrol stations, supermarket chains, logistics warehouses as well. And in the future, probably going to mobilize forcefully inside Russia, which they've been really holding back from for the last of war.
When I hear you say all of that, Francis, I have to think, okay, today was Ukraine's, fifth Independence Day since the full-scale invasion began. And by the sounds of what you've written and what you're saying, these won't be the last celebrated under the shadow of war.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, things have been looking up for Ukraine in this year in many ways. So first on the front line, where Russian advances have been much slower since compared to the year before and the year before that. Normally spring and summer is the time traditionally in war where you really pick up speed, and that's been the case here in Ukraine. But they haven't done that. Ukraine's actually taken back almost as much territory as Russia has taken themselves. And of course, this offensive pressure that Ukraine has put with the deep strikes on oil refineries, the fact that we're seeing, lines for petrol in Moscow, cutting off Crimea from logistics, these were all designed to hopefully push Vladimir Putin to the decision to maybe wind down the war because the costs were just getting too high. But unfortunately, we do see that he seems to be doubling down with strikes on Ukraine's economy and mobilization, and that means a lot more war.
I mean, the Russian attacks, they're relentless. And President Zelensky, he is pleading for air defenses, more air defenses. The rate of civilian deaths are the highest that they've been since the start of the invasion back in 2022. I mean, do Ukrainians think that they can sustain this war effort?
I think Ukrainians, whether it's the soldiers on the front line or the people in cities preparing for what is undoubtedly going to be a very difficult winter, they have been united with the understanding that the only alternative now is still the alternative that Russia is putting forward on the table with their minimal but really maximalist demands for peace, which is handing over territory and basically weakening Ukraine for the next Russian invasion, which could happen immediately or a year down the line. So that's basically capitulation. And Ukraine as a country, there are tensions, there are issues, but they understand that for now, they can't let go, they can't relax or just sue for peace now, because the only alternative is still going to be capitulation and even more disaster down the line.
Is this, Francis, is this though still primarily a war for territory, or is this increasingly a contest to break the other country's ability to function? I mean, it seems like Russia and Ukraine now have maybe resigned themselves to something even worse than a war.
It's so fucking delusional that to think that Ukraine can bomb a few targets. Okay, how many ever Ukraine thinks it's bombing? Western media is reporting, how successful these targetings are. It doesn't matter. Like, this is Russia we're talking about, right? Like, its territory is huge. It's got so much inside its territory. I think it's a pipe dream to say that Ukraine can drone strike Russia into submission. The only country that is being completely led into the abyss here is Ukraine. And it is being led into the abyss. Okay? If Europe truly wants to help Ukraine, put boots on the fucking ground. Help Ukraine close the gap. But this narrative of, this defense will just keep continuing until Russia somehow capitulates is such a pipe dream. If nothing, I think it's making sure, the narrative is making sure that more Ukrainian people, that Ukrainians are used as human shields and continue to be. I just don't see this going anywhere other than Russia at some stage breaking the front lines. Why is Ukraine so pro-Israel and Zionist? I think every country has pro-Israel and pro-Zionist like parts of it. I think there are some people who just relate to the colonial worldview. But in this case, America is funding Ukraine. I don't think Ukraine can really speak out against Israel. And Ukraine is just doing what it needs to do in order to continue to fight its battle. America's using the dynamics of how much power America has in this to make Ukraine say whatever it wants. And that's the sad fact about what's happening right now is if Vladimir Zelensky says even one bad thing about Israel, his funding will be cut. America will just stop completely. I think America is holding Ukraine, but not just Ukraine. I think Europe hostage as well. Although I don't think Europe is supporting Israel because it's a victim. I think Europe is just being Europe, but at least Ukraine anyway. Ukraine is being held at gunpoint, and unfortunately, I don't think Ukraine has a choice. Whether it's Zelensky or anybody else, they're gonna be pro-Israel no matter what. So it's very hard to tell for me whether it is a pro-Israel sentiment that's all the way through the country, or if it's America making sure that the sentiment at least seems pro-Israel. Azov, other Nazi militia, along with Zelensky, were all originally funded by Israeli billionaire Igor. Guys, whatever you may think of Ukraine, or wherever the money for Ukraine comes from, Ukraine still has the right to defend its borders, okay? Just saying things like, just because you don't like Ukraine or how Ukraine has done whatever it has done, you can't deny that Ukraine has the right to defend itself. Just as Iran has the right to defend itself, or the Palestinian people have the right to defend themselves. It's all enshrined in international law. So, yeah, I get that there are these sorts of narratives within the Ukrainian borders, but if you are truly for international law, then you'll agree. I'm not asking why Ukraine is so pro-Israel. Someone asked me.
War of attrition. They're going to try to make each country.
Azov or other Nazi militias? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, the Nazis, historically, famously loved Jewish people. Right? Famously loved Zionists.
Unable to function.
I think I would agree with you in some sense. I think the front line is still super important because that is where, Russia's ambitions to take the rest of the Donbass, for example, are continuing to continue, but also continuing to fail. It could be years before they take that whole region, and they're still trying, and they're still losing, upwards of 1,000 soldiers per day. But in the meantime, as you said,
upwards of 1,000 soldiers per day. What the fuck, man? Okay, this guy is just a propagandist. Upwards of 1,000 soldiers per day. Come on now. Seriously?
We have entered this newer kind of total war phase. And what that means for the people, the populations and the leadership on both sides, it is that it's almost a contest of wills. And that's what I always say about what a secure peace for Ukraine really looks like. It's not about retaking territory. It's about breaking Russia's conviction that it can break Ukraine.
Francis Farrell, senior reporter at the Kyiv Independent. Francis, we appreciate your time and your insights tonight. Thank you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky today delivered a defiant message to Moscow, saying that his country will not back down until there is a just and lasting peace. The strong words from Zelensky came during an address to mark Ukraine's Independence Day. Now, today marked 35 years since the country broke free from decades of Soviet rule. European leaders were on hand and pledged more support for Kyiv's defense against the full-scale invasion that Russia launched 4.5 years ago.
Paying tribute to the fallen, President Zelensky met relatives of soldiers killed during 4 years of war. During the Independence Day ceremony, Ukraine showcased its military hardware, including drones and fighter jets. In his national address, the president urged allies to provide their full support for his nation's struggle against Russia.
was on another stream talking about Jeffries. I called Jeffries out, as I always do, and compared him to Fetterman, and I got banned. That's when I realized I've been too nice and trying to reason with the unreasonable. I need to be more aggressive with these liberals and not be this unifier, because liberals don't want to unify with progressives, always blaming us for their own problem and unable to hold their party accountable. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you're going to change the liberal mindset, because the liberals ultimately look at the left as the enemy of capital, and liberalism wants to protect capital. So, yeah, liberalism hates talking about Palestine. They hate it. They hate talking about human rights. Liberalism would much rather just erase Palestinian discourse from the mainstream completely, from any stream completely. They don't want to talk about Palestine, because they know that it is the real, it's a filter. Palestine has become a filter, and liberalism just can't handle that, Funkytron. Because it's easy, right? Liberals can, snake their way around issues usually, but they can't snake around genocide. They just can't. They would rather lose to Republicans than have progressives win, at least in Michigan. Now, I think that's exactly what happened, what's going to happen moving forward. I think it's what's going to happen. You're going to see in Michigan, you're going to see in other places where progressives won. I think this is why what the DSA is offering is a third party. When you vote for a DSA candidate, you're voting third party, in my honest opinion. I used to think maybe I can get to understand them, reason with them. Maybe we can find common ground and be reasonable on panels. Fuck that now. Where are they doing panels? Are you talking about like TikTok or Twitch, or like where are you getting on panels?
We're not asking you to fight for us. Give Ukraine everything it needs to stop this war, to stop it faster than Putin can start the next one. To prevent that, we must act together. Europe must be Europe, united, ambitious, and brave.
European countries sent high-ranking officials to Ukraine in recent days to show their support, including leaders from the Nordic and the Baltic countries. France and the UK have also stepped up their assistance, saying they would share technology to help Ukraine build long-range cruise missiles, a key topic at today's meeting of the Coalition of the Willing Allies, co-chaired by Britain's new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
Despite Russia's outrageous threats to my country, we will continue our support for Ukraine's defence. I know you need more help to protect your skies and your civilians. I know how hard the winters have been and the need to be ready this year when the nights draw in.
The Kremlin was quick to respond, saying the increased support will add fuel to the fire. The anniversary comes as more Russian attacks were reported overnight, including here in Odessa. Meanwhile, US-led peace talks appear to have stalled, while the weekly toll of civilian deaths has reached its highest level since Russia's full-scale invasion. For many here, Independence Day is less about the past than the uncertain future Ukraine is fighting to secure.
Funkytron, if you really want to have... Am I on TikTok? My TikTok account got banned recently. 190,000 followers gone. Permaban. Permaban, bro. Permaban. This was on IRI. Maybe you heard of that guy, big on Twitch and also on TikTok. Yeah. I got a permaban like a couple of weeks ago. Homie's the biggest fucking loser, Lib. Yeah. I think if you really want to fuck with liberals, Ask them about white supremacy and white privilege. Not just libs as well. Not just libs as well. Leftists in leftist spaces too. If you really want to understand how fucked the world is, even in leftist spaces, if you start talking about white supremacy and white privilege, yeah, it's fucked. They don't want to talk about any of this shit. They just want to LARP online and get followers. It's fucking stupid.
A short while ago, we asked our correspondent Nick Connolly what he makes of UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham handing out classified information to build missiles.
So this is about the Storm Shadow cruise missiles known as Scalp in France. Ukraine has received...
His claim to fame / why we should listen to him is that he was the dude on The Offspring's Pretty Fly for a white guy. Oh, gosh.
Repeated deliveries of these missiles in recent years, and they've been used to destroy things like Russian command posts in occupied Crimea, weapons factories deep inside Russia, and this is about helping Ukraine to make its own weapons. So obviously that doesn't mean that these will be ready anytime soon. Lots of speculation here also about whether Ukraine will even try to produce these kind of weapons in the country, given the vulnerability to Russian ballistic missile strikes, given how low those stocks of Patriot interceptors are. So maybe Ukraine will set up production somewhere in a safer location. But certainly this shows quite how far Ukraine's come in terms of trust, right? That countries like the UK are willing to share some of their kind of most valuable technology with Ukraine, that they know that Ukraine will hold on to technology, that they won't put that know-how at risk in a way that the Russians could then easily copy it. I think that is important, but right now the main priority for people here in Kiev is air defense, because basically in the last 6 months we've gone from a situation where most ballistic missiles, or at least 2/3 of them on average, were being shot down over Kiev to basically none of them being shot down. We're in a situation right now in Kiev where the Russians have left off for the last day or so with all these foreign leaders in town. But as soon as those leaders leave tonight, the expectation is that Russian attacks will once again start, back on track, and we'll have people here in Kiev down on the metro tonight and the nights to come.
Sad, man. Sad. Honestly. He also cucks Destiny and likes to shit on Hassan.
Hello there, and a very good afternoon to you. Welcome once again to our question and answer session with Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, afternoon to you. It is the 26th of August, and we are very lucky to have Michael with us today, because soon Michael, as we've been saying for the past few weeks, is going to have a new home at Sky News. In our Sky News Defense Insider app, you'll be able to get exclusive analysis from Michael.
Honestly, Noisy, never waste your time on him. I honestly, Lula, I don't get involved. It's usually people who want to come at me. I tend to stay out of other people's business, and focus on this community, focus on what we talk about. But it's usually people coming into this space and being fucking obnoxious. I avoid other people's spaces as much as possible. I'll listen on Twitch. I'll listen on Twitch to a couple of people. I like Enemy Charlie, and I'll listen to I'll go into like Zach Chep's live and just chill. But I try and stay away from all of that bullshit, man. I can't fucking deal with that shit.
Pose questions to him and our other experts, as well as our security and defense editor, Deborah Haynes. You can pre-register your interest by subscribing to the QR code that you see on screen right now, and you will get a free...
Twitch has a lot of drama. Yeah, I know. I try and stick to my shit, but then people will come here, be dicks, and leave and tell other streamers, who then come and clip my shit or get involved in some way. I'm just like, fuck, just leave me alone, man. Progress in Ukraine. Yeah, we're listening to it right now. Russia may be preparing for a massive offensive in September.
3-month trial of the app. So scan that code, register your interest, see more Michael. What's not to like?
I can't wait to hear what I'm going to say.
I am. We're all looking forward to hearing from you, Michael. Exactly. If only you knew what you were going to say, but we will be on the edge of our seats, listening intently.
So will I.
Whatever you say. As always, had plenty of questions, so thank you very much for that. And as always, if you have any questions as we're going along, submit them in the chat, and we'll try and put them to Michael. Sorry about last week; I missed a couple that you had submitted. That's my fault, but do it again, and I'll get to them this week. All right, let's get started, Michael. First question coming here from Chiamo. It's about basically the UK's renewed commitments to Ukraine. We saw Andy Burnham in Kyiv earlier in the week. Rhetorically, at least, saying all the right things. There's been talk of this tie-up of the French and the UK Storm Shadow and Scalp missile. And obviously we heard last week as well about the use of UK-made drones. So Jamo asks, how might a Russian attack on a UK weapons factory work, and how easy would it be for Russia to conduct?
Very easy is the answer, and 2 or 3 ways that we've already seen. So very easy in the sense that they're inspiring either kids to earn a bit of money and set some fires off at certain buildings, semi-amateurs who fancy their chances, criminal gangs who are prepared to do whatever for money, and in some cases, GRU agents, the GUR. No, hang on, that's the wrong way around. GUR is the Ukrainian military, GRU, Russian military intelligence, GRU. And in some cases, they're particular agents to do what they want to do. We've seen examples of this. So a couple of things this week, which haven't happened in Britain, but have happened. So remember we talked about the Leipzig airport.
Yep.
So there was one drone landed at Leipzig airport and was just left there. It was a way of getting explosives into the airport. It wasn't a drone attack, just using the drone to place explosives in a certain area, which were discovered before they could go off. That was one thing that happened. Second thing that happened was that a drone did collide with an Airbus aircraft and didn't go off. It wasn't made properly, but it would have. And this week, they found a third drone. So there weren't 2 drones at Leipzig Halle Airport, there were 3. And the third one has only just come to light with the same military-grade explosive in it. If the Russians had made their explosives properly, or whoever made it, but we know it's military-grade Russian explosives, if they made it properly, there would have been at least one severely damaged aircraft and possibly an aerial tragedy. I mean, a Lockerbie-style thing is what we're looking at. That's one thing. Second thing that has happened this week is that 3 people, I think yesterday, were arrested in Slovakia on a mission to put a burning substance, a bit like napalm, against a drone factory, is what it was said, a factory making drones in Slovakia. Perfectly legally. Who knows they were making drones for NATO, for themselves, for Ukraine, whoever. It was a drone factory, and 2 of them were arrested on the spot. 1 was arrested in Germany. What are they using? This sort of chemical, which is like napalm. So what are we facing in Britain? We're facing a bit of everything. So there's any number of people who might be inspired to do it, paid to do it, or whose job it is to do it. There are lots of facilities that are connected to
napalm,
but not necessarily directly, but connected to the supply chain for producing weapons or drones or technologies. A lot of places, a lot of small, medium enterprises and so on, all of whom are now on full alert and will have to stay on full alert pretty well indefinitely. And what we could expect are attempts at sabotage, arson, possibly assassination. There are heads of industry. We talked about this last time, didn't we? The Saab CEO of Saab had been maybe threatened. Saying Rheinmetall's CEO has to have protection. So threats have been made against key people in the defence industries. That's not quite the same as going for sabotage, but it's an attempt to put a dampener on those industries.
No. I know what napalm is. Scary. I know. It's just the way he's saying it. Napalm.
To make people less willing to work in them, to make it clear that maybe working in these industries is dangerous.
Very thoughtful.
So the answer is lots of different people could be inspired to do it or paid to do it, and there's lots of different ways in which they might. Most of these ways are relatively small scale, which is not to say they can't be deadly. But we're not talking here about a massive event of creating massive problems in a city. I mean, that's a different scale of things. But we are talking about events at facilities around Britain that could be dangerous and certainly disruptive, and are, by definition, every one of them is criminal.
Let's dig into that Leipzig attack a little bit more, because this is the first time I'm hearing that there was a third
one, discovered this week.
How are you guys in the sort of security analysis business thinking about that? As a cynic and as an uninformed person, I see it as the Russians showing what they can do, but deliberately not doing it. I mean, is it unusual that an explosive, if you got it there, it wouldn't go off?
Well, it depends who assembled it. That's the point.
Right.
I mean, we're pretty sure it's Russian military grade explosives. Whether they built it themselves, we don't know. I mean, if you look at the Novichok stuff that they definitely produced themselves, they did it very badly.
Yeah,
and they carried it out very badly.
It was
the
really
polonium that killed Litvinenko in 2006, that was efficiently done. But even so, they left trails of polonium all over London, on door handles, and all over where they were kind of chasing him with this polonium before they managed to get it into his tea. They did it incredibly badly, and that was Russian military intelligence. So I don't think you have to be cynical to say why don't they get it right. But I think the bottom line for Western security is that we've picked up an awful lot of stuff in the last 2 to 3 years, and so far we've been lucky, and so we're vigilant and lucky, and we're going to have to continue to be vigilant and lucky in the years to come. Common sense says that sooner or later we're not going to be lucky, and something of quite a big scale is likely to happen. Not necessarily in Britain, but somewhere in Western Europe. And the government is taking this really very seriously. I mean, I can promise you that they are.
And that's the thing, okay? This is the biggest fear for Europe, because the center of European power is in Western Europe, okay? The rest of Europe is seen as kind of like a defensive buffer zone, I guess you could call it. Western Europe is all that matters really for these people, right? And this is why I think Article 5 will be subject to change if Ukraine is looking like it's going to fall. They'll be all macho, and all the discourse will be about how they'll protect Poland and blah blah blah, but Poland will be thrown under the bus, in my honest opinion. I do not think they are going to put boots on the ground in Poland if Russia decides, fuck it, we're going to Poland. Or it looks like Russia might be going to go. I think NATO Article 5 is going to be tested. Is going to be tested a lot. Do I think they're going to stick to Article 5? Absolutely not. Do you think if Israel attacked Turkey, let's just say Israel launched missiles at Turkey, do you think Article 5 is going to fucking matter? Do you think NATO's coming to Turkey's fucking defense? Really? Yeah, I think Article 5 is going to be changed. Even this scenario of Trump wanting to annex Greenland, do you think NATO is going to go, we're going to go to war with America if America decides, fuck it, we're taking Greenland? It's delusional in my mind. It's delusional to think that Europe gives a fuck about Article 5. Western Europe, anyway. Western Europe is for Western Europe. And even them, they're fragmented. They'll defend their own borders. They'll defend their own borders. They are not as united as they seem. If there is more pressure put on Europe itself, you will start to see things fragment very quickly. And right now, Ukraine is standing between that happening and, Ukraine is standing between Russia and that inevitability in Europe. And that's why Europe is so keen to keep Russia fighting. and keep Ukraine fighting as well. Because, yeah, I think Russia's built on very unstable ground. The Europe is built on very unstable ground.
There's only a certain amount they can do because we're a free society and people have got to come and go. We don't want to spend all of our time, surveilling each other in suspicion. But we have to accept that there probably will be unpleasant and maybe very dangerous incidents, and we're going to have to live with it.
We're getting to that point, aren't we? Is that adage as well from during the war on terror that the terrorists just need to be lucky once, whereas the security services every single time?
Yeah, in a way that terrorism is different, but yeah, that was it. Terrorists only have to be lucky once to create the effect, and in a way, the Kremlin may be hoping that they only have to get lucky once or twice to create fear within public opinion. Because what they're trying to do is to put pressure on governments to say, why are we supporting Ukraine when this is the result?
Yeah.
And what governments are saying is, look, this will be the result whether we support Ukraine or not because of where European security now is. And we won't be deterred from doing what we think is right, supporting Ukraine, because of these threats. We mustn't give in to threat because Russia at the moment, in its present era, it's not always going to be like this necessarily, but at the moment, Russia is in a sort of blackmailing frame of mind in just about every aspect of its relations with the rest of Europe.
Yeah. Well, we will dig into the other frames of mind they could be in. Jonathan Hodge has a question here, which is kind of actually what I was going to pick up on. So thank you for this, Jonathan. It's like you read my mind or I read yours. I don't know. But is there a danger that the blueprint of the UK government give to Ukraine for the missiles could end up in Russian hands? And do you think, Michael, that the UK is now at greater risk of Russia antagonising us further? Let's just first of all pick up on the first part of the question about the missiles. These blueprints are being given. I alluded to it earlier.
Storm Shadow, yeah. No, I don't think we wouldn't worry about that because the Russians have already got them. Storm Shadows have gone down inside Russia, and the Russians have got them. So they know all about Storm Shadow. There's nothing they can find out that we're giving to Ukraine that they don't already know. So I wouldn't worry about that.
Okay. The second part then, are we now at greater risk because we've given them the blueprints? They know we're using our drone technologies being over there. Yeah. The Russians have made it very clear that they feel
they have. Yeah. We're, as we've said many times in these sessions, Kamali. We know that Britain is in the crosshairs of the Kremlin as being the country in Europe that is most sort of faithfully behind Ukraine and has been from the beginning. We're not necessarily giving the biggest aid now because we don't have enough to give. Germany is the more important power in terms of aiding Ukraine, but Germany is not as politically committed as we are to aiding Ukraine, given the sort of, we have a cross-party consensus on this. In Germany, that cross-party consensus looks as if it might be breaking down, and we'll see how the AfD do in the local elections quite soon, the Alternative for Germany, because that will change the German situation somewhat. We'll see. But Britain is politically the most committed, and we are also behind Ukraine in lots of the technologies. When you say behind, I don't mean we're lagging. We are supporting technological breakthroughs in Ukraine in some quite important and innovative ways. So we have to accept that the price we pay for doing what I would say is the right thing is that we are more at risk of a form of Russian retaliation. And the danger of that is quite high. It's been high now, growing since 2023, not so much in 2022, but certainly from 2023 onwards when we started to lead the coalitions to try and get more Western equipment to Ukraine. Yeah. So we've been in the crosshairs ever since, and we will have to deal with that. And I think, as I keep saying, we are on the road, or we find ourselves on the road where the Russians are coming towards us with a militarized crisis. Not necessarily a war, but a crisis that will be militarized, and we're going to have to handle it very carefully, but very resolutely. And what worries me is, do we have the armed forces to overmatch the Russians at the point of contact, wherever it is and whatever it's about, whether it's in the air, at sea, on land? I keep saying I think it'll be at sea in the first instance. That's just my guess. But we have to be able to assemble force, us and our allies, but we have to take the lead in overmatching the Russians at the point of contact, and then we can handle the crisis that will result in that. If we can't overmatch them, they will control the crisis and they'll blow it up as high as they want to. And we're on track for something like that, within the next year, 18 months, I'm pretty sure.
Extraordinary.
Wow.
On the back of that.
What? Within a year or 18 months? What? Really? Oh, the fragility of this whole fucking thing. Really? You think this motherfucker thinks that the UK is going to get into some sort of military exchange with the Russian Navy in the next like 2 years? What? I don't know, man. What the fuck? Seriously? So he must not have that much confidence in Ukraine. He must not have that much confidence in Ukraine being able to hold out. That's extraordinary statement.
How much do you think the public is aware of that very real and present danger? Obviously, we discussed it. People watching this now will probably have a sense of it and have a fear potentially of what may well be coming. But the wider public, because rhetorically, of course, we know that we are under threat from the Russians. I'm sure that many people have had that seeping into their psyche through the news reports that have been on telly and on their social media feeds for the past few years. But the actuality of it, if something were to happen, where do you think the public would be?
To be honest, Kamali, I don't know. Because in our field, we talk about it a lot.
Yeah, this is where the fuck up of Palestine comes into play. There's going to be a lot of people going, "Nah, I'm not fighting." What do you think? Do you think people want to fight for now an exposed empire that is morally completely bankrupt? Do you think people are going to fight for that shit? What the fuck? Especially when it's been exposed. I think what's going to end up happening if it gets to this scenario, which I'm like so surprised that Michael Clark is saying, honestly. I didn't think this is how Michael Clark was thinking. Like, they're going to get into some sort of confrontation with Russia on the front lines. That's insane to me. But let's just assume that happens. Do you think there are going to be people lining up to fight for fucking America, fight for the United Kingdom? Yeah, Tommy Robinson and his fucking blokes, sure. But who else? What, you think the Muslim community is suddenly gonna fucking pick up arms and fight for the country that's been treating it like absolute shit? You think the Indian community is gonna fight for Britain again? What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh my gosh. I think Europe is so cooked, man.
It's talked about on programs like this. I mean, I noticed that our conversation was quoted on the PM program this week, BBC's PM program, about exactly this issue, that Michael Clark had said this, and what do you think, and so on. And I thought, well, that was kind of interesting that you were leading the debate, Kamali.
Excellent.
So within the community of those interested and the audience out there who are interested, I don't think there's any argument that we all know kind of where we are. Wider public, I honestly don't know. There's no shortage of discussion in the newspapers, but I think the implications of it won't be clear until something happens.
And to what severity that thing is
exactly.
as well.
But the government is taking seriously the idea that we've got to be more resilient. And I think if you go out to most high streets, people say, yeah, we need to be more resilient. And what they mean, but it's the same thing, we have to be more resilient against climate change, against floods, against outages of electricity outages, against serious organised crime, against terrorism. Most people get that. And being resilient against those things is the same. It's the same process as being resilient against a crisis that is more like a war or crisis of a militarized crisis with Russia. So I'm happy in a sense with this great.
I think Europe spent so much of its moral currency during the genocide of the Palestinians. I don't think it has any moral currency left. I think it's all gone. What European governments are going to try and convince their people that they should fight for Europe because, upholding some sort of moral supremacy over Russia? Like right now, I would say people are like, bro, my government is a fascist government. So many people in Europe are thinking this way at the moment because they've seen their government do absolutely nothing to stop Israel's genocide in Gaza. How much more leeway do these governments have, really? How much more leeway How much social support do these fucking governments have in Europe? People are appalled. People are appalled at what they've seen. And is that the best environment to recruit? Do you think people will really want to fight for a government that has supported genocide? I think it's going to be tough, man. I think Europe is painting itself into a really fucked up corner. I think I don't see many Europeans putting their hand up to fight for this bullshit.
Greater awareness of the need for resilience across a range of things, because it's the same process of trying to get our public, ourselves, to say, look, I mean, the easy times may be over. We've got to tighten up. We can still have very good, prosperous, free times ahead, but
I can guarantee you, I ain't fucking putting my hand up to fight in the New Zealand army for fucking Europe. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. If it comes to my borders, I will sign up to like the Maori battalion as as Tangata Tiriti or something like that. But I will not fucking fight for these fucking white supremacists. Fuck that.
we've got to actually structure ourselves for it. We can't take it for granted anymore. And I go back to what I've said so many times. Liberal democracy, our sort of freewheeling liberal democracies, we are an endangered species in world politics. Yep. 200 states in the world. How many real liberal democracies are there like ours? 25, 30 maybe, not more than that.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, less than 10% of the world's population live in these countries that we would call liberal democracies. Mm-hmm. So we are a minority, and that's the way it is. We can maintain that status, but it's not something we can just take for granted. We're going to have to earn it, again, the way our forefathers did.
You know who'll be like fucking champing at the bit to fucking help out the white supremacists in fucking London? My brother. He fucking straight in there. He like, oh, for Queen and Country. What a fucking house curry.
One more question here about what we are doing in the face of Russian attacks. Rob R asks, are we reciprocating cyber attacks on Russia? Don't tell us everything.
Nobody will say yes, but it would be surprising if we, whether we have or not, that we make it clear to the Russians that we could.
Yeah.
The reason I say that is that before about 2016, we never said we had an offensive cyber capacity. I mean,
which year?
Before about 2016,
right.
2015, 2016. It was the Strategic Defence Review of 2015, really, that changed the view. And those of us in the business, we all believed we had it because we were pretty good at cyber. Mm-hmm. I mean, I remember a chief of defence intelligence from many years ago saying, "Oh, he said, when I was chief of defence intelligence, he said we just used to walk through the Chinese system."
Wow.
He said they were wide open. We just walked around Chinese government, Chinese businesses. It was easy. They were so.
The Euros are building ice camps outside Europe. They're all going all in for fascism. Yeah, I have been watching this this targeting of refugees seeking refuge in Europe for Europe's crimes. I mean, they're seeking refuge because Europe and the West continue to absolutely suck their nations dry and sponsor war criminals. And sponsor all sorts of horrific shit in their countries. And now Europe, it's a graveyard. It's a mass grave in the Mediterranean. Thousands of people over so many years have drowned in the Mediterranean trying to reach safety. And now Europe is building fucking concentration camps in North Africa to keep these refugees fleeing European-sponsored displacement. It tells you everything about Europe's mindset. It tells you everything about Europe's mindset. The fundamental flaws of European society are all there for you to see. It will only be a democracy like this asshole is talking about unless and until its sovereignty is being threatened, and then fascism is what these white supremacists will rely on very quickly.
So hopeless at it. Of course, completely different now.
Yeah.
But that's only 25 years ago. So we always knew we were good at cyber, and we never admitted that we had defensive capacities. We never admitted to an offensive capacity, but most of us in the business believed that it was there. We knew it was there. But in 2015, 2016, the government turned around the argument to say, yes, we have an offensive cyber capacity, and we want you out there, not just the public, but we want our adversaries to know that. So we're making no bones about it. Yes, we have an offensive cyber capacity, which is a way of deterrence. So if you play games with us, we can play games with you. So I think that's where we are. We now explicitly say, yes, we can do it. Whether we've used it or not, don't know.
So there we are.
Because if you do mess people up, you want deniability. In general terms, but then you want them to know that it was retaliation. So you would say, no, it's just something that's happened, this outage in whatever country, just must be something to do with their system. But you want their specialists to know, yeah, we did that, so don't play about with us again. That's the sort of game that is being played, yeah.
That's how it works. Now, if you want analysis like that, and of course you do, make sure you register your interests.
Oh, yes, we say we name names. Name names.
He's making promises he can't keep. The Sky News Insider app is coming very soon. We're gonna, but good news, I am told we are going to keep doing these Q&As. So that's great.
Good.
We'll continue these, but if you like them, Defense Insider will give you arrived in Russia yesterday, and now the reports are that the CIA director John Ratcliffe was aboard. So Matt asks, why is he in Moscow, and what are the most likely reasons for such an unusual visit? Is he carrying a warning, a proposal, or something else?
Yeah, so a couple of things on this. It was a C-17, and the first thing we thought, why such a big aeroplane to take one person? And we now know the answer overnight, and the plane spotters are great on this because they tracked the plane out of Riga.
Yep.
It came it went from Latvia. How it got to Latvia, not sure whether it came in and out of Britain or Rheindal or Ramstein in Germany, don't know. But it took off from Riga, short hop to Moscow. Why was it a C-17? Because it contained this new thing, this roll-on conference capsule.
Excellent, like
right?
a skiff.
So it's
that
like
you
a
can drive
capsule
around.
that is literally winched onto the aircraft.
Okay.
It's a conference room which is completely sealed, so it can't be
Drea.
scanned or hacked. And the director of the CIA, can completely operate. The CIA director can be in total operational control, just as if he's in his office in Langley, in Washington, in Virginia, within this conference capsule. And it's a roll-on, a ro-ro. So it's an ROCC, roll-on, roll-off conference capsule. So that's why it was such a big aeroplane.
See? That and more on the Defense Insider app. Absolutely
we now know that. Right, so that's first point. Second point is the Russians were being very coy about this because they said this morning, President Putin was informed. Well, I should think he was informed. An American C-17 landed in Moscow and the director of the CIA gets out. I should think the president knew about that, didn't he? But what they were doing is they were saying, well, look, Putin didn't meet him. They made that clear. So this was just counterpart to counterpart. So CIA director to the SVR director, two directors, and it was a short visit, only 2 or 3 hours. So what were they talking about, and why are the Russians playing it down? I'm guessing now, but a number of other analysts are coming to the same sort of conclusions, I think, in the last few hours. They were being warned. They probably weren't talking about Ukraine, because if they had been, they probably would have had Kushner there, Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff, who were the two men who were dealing with Ukraine as far as Trump's concerned. They might have dealt with Ukraine in the fringes or something like that. They certainly wouldn't, I don't think, we're dealing with prisoner exchanges, which are taking place. There's another one due between Russia and Ukraine, but there's been over 60 of them, so it's not unusual, goes on all the time. Almost certainly, I think, he was there to talk to Narishin, who is his counterpart, Sergei Narishin, who's the SVR director, to warn him about helping Iran.
Right. So this is the secondary sanctions thing.
Exactly. Scott Bessent made his big statement 2 days ago, warning everybody, and we all said, well, are you going to sanction China? Don't think so. Are you going to sanction Russia? Well, almost certainly, I think what Radcliffe was there to say is to say, look, we know you're doing this. We know you're helping Iran. You say you're not, but you are, and we've got the intelligence to prove it.
Yeah. I think this is bigger than just Iran, but I think it's to do with etiquette around intelligence sharing. I agree with this take. I think the CIA was there to go, we don't like you sharing this information, or we don't like your behavior on this, we don't like your moves on this. I think it was definitely about intelligence etiquette and how the next little while is going to go. It's fucking escalation. I hate it. I hate it.
So you do this, you do this, you do this. Stop doing it, or there will be
We don't like
consequences.
your face.
And the fact that he didn't stay long, and as far as we know, he only saw Narishin. That's all the Russians are prepared to say. And he was out of the place in 3 or 4 hours, back into his conference capsule on his C-17, on the phone to the boss, obviously. Yeah. But that, I think, almost certainly suggests that he was there to go, professional to professional. Yep. Intelligence lead to intelligence lead, saying, we know you do this, stop doing it or else. And that could only really relate to helping Iran.
Can I offer the alternative? Exactly that, but that he went there to offer the Russians a carve-out, to say, don't worry, we're going to put these sanctions in, but you're not going to be impacted by them.
Well, it's a good point. I mean, maybe.
Because
why would he need
Beijing.
a personal visit for that, though? Why
did he go on to Beijing afterwards? We don't.
He might have done.
Okay.
I just think these face-to-face things are usually, unless there's a lot of sort of jamboree, or diplomatic jamboree around them, usually they're for the purpose either of collaboration or a warning of some sort. Something. It's the shortness of the visit that I think was kind of interesting. Go there, face-to-face, look him in the eye, give him the message, and leave. Now, maybe, I stand to be corrected on this, Kamal, and one of us will turn out to be right in due course, in about a month's time.
Guess.
We'll see. No, we'll see.
We'll see what impacts there is.
Yeah. I think you're right about carve-outs, because I think what's going to happen with the Scott Bessent series of measures, it will look really tough on paper.
Yeah.
And then President Trump, by executive order, will start doing exemptions. So they'll make an exemption for these teapot refineries, as they're called in China, which are these little refineries, teapot refineries, taking the oil from Iran, which they do need to send to China. Small Chinese banks, which are dealing with the teapot refineries. I think Trump will actually exempt them from any action. And then there will be exemptions probably for Russia, and be exemptions for Pakistan.
Yep.
President Trump.
But what's the fucking point then, bro? This guy's such a fucking If he gives all of those exemptions, then revenue is going to continue to flow into Iran. What is the point then? That's what this guy isn't explaining. If Trump is going to take these actions on Iran and then exempt all the countries helping Iran, Iran's just going to keep going. So what is the point of this? Is this a midterm play? Is this it's not going to be bad on Iran if he keeps exempting fucking China and Russia and Pakistan. So what is the point, Michael? What the fuck is the point?
Newest friend. There may be some exemptions for Turkey, although Turkey's been very careful now because they know that they come in the firing line. No exemptions for Iraq. No. They're going to get full force. They don't need exemptions for the UAE because they've already turned the tap off in anticipation of this. But I think that's what we'll see, is that this really tough policy will be riddled then with presidential exemptions. So in a month's time, it'll look like business as normal. I mean, it'll look like where we were a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago, as far as economic sanctions are concerned.
Interesting. All right, let's move on to a question here from Plut about fighting in Ukraine. The former defense minister has said that the country is slowly losing the war and there's only months to change course. Do you agree with the assessment of Fedorov?
Do you know, it's really unhelpful that he said that.
Well, I mean, he got sacked. He then, in anger...
What did he say?
I think.
Came out and said,
demanded elections.
Challenged Zelensky, said that we need elections, and less than 20% of the Ukrainian public agree with that, because most of them say, look, it's a sheer impossibility. We can't have elections. But he knew there wouldn't be elections as a result of it. He was challenging Zelensky, saying you're not legitimate because you're not running the government properly. Actually, the Russians, funnily enough, they don't often show a real turn of wit. But when they said, Fedorov said that they're losing the war slowly, Fedorov is wrong. They're losing the war quickly, said the Russians. So that's quite witty of them.
Well done.
But, I mean, Ukraine is not losing the war slowly. Equally, they're not prevailing. They're not winning it. But they're not losing. They're doing better than they were a year ago.
What do you mean, bro? Oh, my gosh. So So the guy gets fired and immediately comes out and says Ukraine is about to lose. Who's going to know better? Fucking Michael Clark or that guy? Hold on. Let's just listen to this again.
To the Ukrainian public agree with that, because most in anticipation of this. But I think that's what we'll see, is that this really tough policy will be riddled then with presidential exemptions. So in a month's time, it'll look like business as normal. I mean, it looked like where we were a month ago, 2 months ago, 6 months ago, as far as economic sanctions are concerned.
Interesting. All right, let's move on to a question here from Plut about fighting in Ukraine. The former defense minister has said that the country is slowly losing the war and there's only months to change course. Do you agree with the assessment of Fedorov?
Do you know, it's really unhelpful that he said that.
Well, I mean, he got sacked. He then, in anger, I think,
came out and said,
demanded elections.
Challenged Zelensky, said that we need elections, and less than 20% of the Ukrainian public agree with that, because most of them say, look, it's a sheer impossibility. We can't have elections. But he knew there wouldn't be elections as a result of it. He was challenging Zelensky, saying you're not legitimate because you're not running the government properly. Actually, the Russians, funnily enough, they don't often show a real turn of wit. But when they said, Fedorov said that they're losing the war slowly, Fedorov is wrong. They're losing the war quickly, said the Russians. So that's quite witty of them.
Well done.
But, I mean, Ukraine is not losing the war slowly. Equally, they're not prevailing. They're not winning it. But they're not losing. They're doing better than they were a year ago. But what Fedorov is getting at is that we can't keep on doing this. We can't just spend another 5 or 7 years, holding the line, losing here, winning a bit there, raising the stakes.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He said literally, in the next few months, shit is going to hit the fan. What are we trying to... So a guy in the fucking military loses his job, comes out and says, we cannot keep going in the direction we're going in. We're going to lose. Why did he lose the job in the first place? Because he's saying stuff like this. Obviously, internally, they didn't like him behaving this way. And then Michael Clark's like, oh, what he meant was 7 years from now.
With our allies, losing support gradually from our allies who get fed up with us. We can't carry on like that. We need to actually bring this war to a better conclusion, and I'm the man who can do it. That's his point. So is he right? No, I don't think he is right that Ukraine is losing the war, but he's right in that the idea of carrying on with no other significant changes.
Okay, guys, like, who the fuck do you believe? This decrepit fucking cadaver on Sky News, or the guy who was leading the military side of things in Ukraine? Like, who do you believe? Who do you believe? I know the military guy was probably salty and he said stuff, but this, like, to me, this is so crazy that Michael Clark and Sky News would just say, oh, don't worry about what that guy is saying over there. It's probably just because he's pissed off or whatever. How can you honestly just ignore this statement as, just some pissed off guy? He's not just some pissed off guy. He is part of, or he was part of, the military action in Kyiv. What if he was fired because he pointed this fact out? What if he was fired because he thought, based on everything that was happening, what if this guy was like, okay, this isn't going well, and then he got fired because of that? What about that, Michael Clark? Man, you can't just be this ignorant.
For, as he said, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, that's not realistic. And he's right about that.
What did you make of some of what President Zelensky had to say in sort of the news conferences given over the past couple of days? Some of his language, his tone, his demeanor. I mean, I only heard some of it, some of the audio of it. He sounded like he was quite on the edge of some.
Tucson, Arizona. On August 20th, members of Tucson Anti-War Committee hosted a call-in event to tell war profiteer Howmet Airspace that companies that profit from endless wars and genocide are not welcome in their community. However, when TAWC members started calling, they discovered Howmet Aerospace shut down their phone lines, not even allowing voicemail messages. As part of the national campaign, the TAWC led teach-ins on Howmet. They also flyered the community with educational information, protested outside the Howmet facility, and hosted regular call-in days. In June, TAWC members and supporters filled Howmet's Tucson voicemail with 130 messages. They demanding that Howmet quit arming war and genocide and cut their contract with Lockheed Martin. Nice. Nice. Love this direct action. Good stuff.
Something. I mean, really sort of feeling the pressure of it. What do you make
undoubtedly.
of it?
He's had a really hard week. I mean, every time he goes abroad, and he does well, and people like him, and he presents Ukraine's case. And when I've been at these couple of meetings when he's been there, he gets standing ovations all the time because people want to express support. Yeah. And that obviously is very heartening for him, and he's quite chipper in that respect. But you're right, he is on the edge in the sense that he alternates between being vigorous and very tired. He takes on the 1,000-yard stare quite quickly. I've seen. I've seen that personally as well as on tape. Mm-hmm. And he is under immense political pressure.
Huge pressure.
Yeah. I mean, domestically, because a lot of people think that, like Fedorov, that Fedorov is not wrong. We can't carry on like this. We've got to provide more legitimacy for the government, and we've got somehow to change the dynamic of the war, which is what Zelensky thinks they're in the process of doing, because they're pushing the Russians to a kind of a breaking point, which is either going to make the war a lot worse or a lot better. And I think there's, that's something we might think about.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What other, apart from Fedorov, what other appetite is there within Ukraine for there to be a change of political direction? I mean, I naively, as last week suggested, this sort of war coalition government type thing where you can bring people in opposition, rivals, and try and set a direction.
He's still, Servant of the People Party is still the biggest party, and it hasn't fallen apart, and it didn't fall apart last week despite the demonstrations,
despite all those protests
in the square, and despite what Fedorov said. And I think that must have been a great relief to Zelensky. So he soldiers on, but the next crisis and the next crisis. I mean, there is a sort of an accumulation of stuff. And he finds it hard, although they can do well internationally with some wins here and there and some benefits from the Allies and so on. He can get that. But domestically, how does he change the narrative to re-legitimize himself in the eyes of the public? And, the idea of a grand coalition is one possibility, but it doesn't, the parties don't matter so much in Ukraine since there are a mixture of parties. Yeah. It's about personalities, really.
The ones who are in the room make
Exactly. He's got Budanov as his chief of staff. Budanov is a good alternative, but he doesn't really get on with Budanov terribly well. He's got Klitschko as mayor of Moscow, and they don't see eye to eye at all. They don't talk to each other much. They don't visit each other. That's astonishing, and that's counterproductive.
Yeah.
Zaluzhny, sitting in London.
Right here. Yeah.
Very popular man. Again, Zelensky keeps him kind of at arm's length.
The war leaders need to just be the one who makes the decision, ultimately. Yeah. I mean, as a political novice, the idea of everyone in the room and all the best ideas, I guess, to my mind, sounds great. But when you are the one who's having to make those tough calls,
it's quite hard.
You want it to be just the responsibility.
Yeah, and also, Ukraine is not a West European country. It comes off the back of generations of Soviet rule. Yeah. Ukraine is not the easiest people in the world to deal with, as anyone who's dealt with some of the Ukrainian charities will know.
Oh, fuck! Okay. Yeah, Ukrainians not the easiest people to deal with. Have you tried to deal with Western Europeans? Oh my gosh. Ukrainians are a fucking breeze compared to Western Europeans. Excuse me, Western Europe. You are not easy to deal with because you just murder everybody. Okay? So let's not talk about other people being hard to deal with. Okay, Western Europe? Thank you.
No, I mean, however much we sympathise and however much these people are really fighting for something important and have got a great sense of community, then it's not like dealing with people in Western Europe, in the Netherlands or in Norway or whatever, where we feel instinctively comfortable with them. You don't always feel comfortable with Ukrainian demand.
I guess serial killers like to hang out with each other,
And so on. It's different. So we've got to take that on board. But you're right. If somehow Zelensky has got to re-legitimize himself, I would say in the next 12 months, not through an election, but something else. And your sense of, coalition government, if he somehow could bring all the big names in and say, look, let's just get on with this.
Yeah.
Let's do this together.
Fight this together.
And of course, he says those sort of things all the time, but he's not he's not always trusted. And he's got to get over the sleaze allegations for the people around him.
Yeah, he's being a bigot. Scary. He's being a little white supremacist bigot.
Nobody, I've said this again, nobody has said that he is corrupt. And I don't believe he is, and I don't think there's any evidence that he is. But people around him have been, because it's been a way of life for generations of Ukrainian politicians.
Yeah. And I suppose everyone is now looking at the end of summer towards the winter.
Yes.
And with these ballistic missiles constantly being fired into Ukraine by the Russians,
very, very
winter
tough.
is going to be a really, really tough one. And he needs to make sure he keeps the people with him through that.
Yes, he's got to lead people through it.
It's going to be a real test coming.
Yeah.
All right. Domestic situation in Russia now. A few questions have come in. North Boy is asking, what could be the possible implications for Putin if he's forced to have conscription in Moscow and St. Petersburg?
Okay, this is all going to be speculation and bullshit. Anyway, folks, I have to go pick up my son, but I will be back in the evening. This evening, just keep this in mind, we are going to talk in depth about capitalism. I found a really great lecture. We're going to be talking about capitalism. We're going to be talking about impacts of capitalism. We're going to be talking about when capitalism itself came to be. All of these sorts of things. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. But we're going to also sprinkle news around talking about capitalism. Obviously, I want to keep track of Nepal. I want to keep track of other important news happening right now. So I will have one eye on the news, but we will try and deconstruct and understand capitalism as it is today. Oh, we owe a chatter a sad girl raid? Nice. Let's do it. Raid sad girl. Done. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. It was lovely, and just sad to see what's happening in Nepal. We'll keep an eye on it. How is Ginger? Yeah, Ginger's doing really well, thank you. Thank you for asking, Scary. He's doing really well. He's recovering. He's almost himself. But yes, let's catch up in the evening. Free Palestine, as always. And thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful few hours before I see you again. Take care, Kitty's Plane. I'll see you all soon, okay? Take care, chat. Here we go. In 3, Kakite. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, folks. Free Palestine, Kakite, and I'll see you soon. Play the banger. I'll play it in the evening. Kakite, everybody. Take care. All right, folks. YouTube, I'll catch you soon as well. Love you all. Take care. See you, chat. Free Palestine.